What's the point?
All right, welcome everyone. We are at day 2 of the Finance Committee and Council Workshop. The time is 8:30 and I'm officially calling this workshop meeting to order. City Clerk, if you can call the roll.
Committee Member Bavaro.
Here.
Vice Chair Wright.
Here.
Chairperson Escudilla-Brayton.
Here.
Also present this morning is Mayor Zwallen and Council Member Ritchie.
Wonderful, thank you very much everyone for being here. We had a very productive day yesterday evening, concluding at 8:30, covering everything up to charter officers. Therefore, we left off with department presentations, and that is where we will begin this morning with our first department being Community and Economic Development Department. Welcome, Jessica.
Thank you, Chairperson Escudilla-Brayton. Jessica Hill, Director of Community and Economic Development. Okay, so we're going to start with an overview of CED. So CED encompasses 5 different areas. Administration, which covers our cannabis and cannabis equity program, as well as special project management and general administrative assistance. Economic development, which includes business attraction, retention, and expansion, as well as our entertainment commission and the liaison with our partners at Domo, DID, and Visit Modesto. In planning, we have advanced and current planning, where we oversee our general plan, housing elements. We're also overseeing our staffing to our planning commission, board of zoning adjustments, and landmark preservation commission. Building safety, which ensures that all buildings are built to the city and state building standards, and they oversee our building permits, inspections, and our rental housing safety program. And last but not least, our community development division, which oversees all of our federal and state funding for affordable housing and homelessness, as well as our infrastructure financing programs. So overall staffing, we have 54 members in the CED department, 6 in economic development, 10 in planning, 15 in building safety, and 19 in community development. Thank you. So here's a history. You can see we have grown a little bit over time, really having an emphasis over the last couple of years with economic development, as well as ensuring we are fully staffed to assist with all of the development that's coming within the city of Modesto. So here's an overview of our department revenue and expenses. For our total department, we have a budget of $11.3 million. It's broken down to those that are in our general fund, and so our general fund is administration, planning, building, as well as economic development. And then our community development funds, or our HUD and IFP funds, are cost recovery, because the staff does charge directly to grants and to our community facilities districts. So here's an overview of our administration division. As you can see, it's stayed pretty stagnant over time. And again, this division, part of the revenue is associated with the assistance that we do for our cannabis program. Moving on to our economic development division, this has had continuous growth over the last couple years. And some of the cost recovery is due to our direct charge agreements supporting other departments in different city initiatives. Next up is our planning division. You do see a growth for 25-26. This is us anticipating that we're going to have additional development within the city of Modesto. So we do have on-call consultants ready to go to assist us with that. And we do anticipate that we're going to get that equal amount of revenue for those applications that are coming in from developers. Next up is building safety. And during this period of time, we've increased a little bit. This is due to our rental housing safety program and our new administrative analyst we had this previous year. And then we do have on-call consultants here to support both plan review and building permit inspections. Last up is our HUD and IFP admin funds. And so here, again, it's cost recovery for this, and so they do have an indirect rate that they have to ensure that they have full cost recovery both through our grants and our community facilities districts. So impact of Measure H. And so Measure H was able to launch our rental housing safety program in the city of Modesto. And we have been able to register 16,339 units since we've been able to launch it. Of that, we've been able to expect 1,281 inspections, and 203 of those were complaint-based. As you can see, a majority of our units that are registered are apartments, 9,367, and a majority of our program cases are audits, but the biggest violations that we're seeing are mold, electrical, and plumbing. Here is another Measure H impact. It's a partnership with the Downtown Streets team for our parks. And so as you can see, the Downtown Streets team, we've been able to fund 18 team members of our parks team. But as you can see on the chart above, is we've been able to, on average, assist 25 individuals each month through this Downtown Streets team program. From inception, they've been able to clear 580,000 pounds of litter from our parks. They've completed 504 cleanup visits across 69 city parks. Last up is our bridge housing, and so this is a picture of our first Measure H bridge housing project. This is a part from 402 9th, which we were able to partner with the county. This is at 1530 Owens, where we are building 12 units of bridge housing. We do anticipate that towards late May, this project will complete and we'll have a ribbon cutting and individuals will be able to be moving in. So part of our department priorities and goals. And so the big thing overall for the department is to make Modesto a regional destination with the focus on affordable sports and entertainment opportunities. Through economic development, they're looking to attract, retain, and expand new businesses, as well as drive the success of a vibrant and economically sustainable business climate and facilitate additional development downtown. Planning, our number one priority, is our general plan to get that completed, as well as really focus on streamlining our processes and plan and approve for new additional housing units within the city of Modesto. For building safety, we're really focusing on our unpermitted, unsafe buildings and ensuring we're getting those into compliance, expanding our rental housing safety program, and then looking closely at our permit review process to see different ways that we can help streamline this and improve the experience for our residents. Last up is community development, and so the main focus here is to develop and implement a comprehensive housing and homelessness action plan, explore our bridge housing sites, foster the additional development of affordable housing units within the city of Modesto, and then overall reduce the number of individuals who are experiencing homelessness. So we do have a non-Measure H adjustment today, and so we are looking to bring forward our economic development strategic plan to council for approval in June. And so there is an allocation of $50,000 to help implement our economic development strategic plan. So this will really get us started with different initiatives that are outlined within that strategic plan. And if there's different initiatives that come to fruition after this approval, staff would bring them forward in separate actions if needed. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that very comprehensive report, Jessica. Committee members, any questions? David Wright?
Thank you. Thank you, Jessica, for your presentation. Let's go back to the downtown street team numbers, please. So right now we have, what was it, 23 or 21 that are in?
21 currently on our parks team.
Parks, and then 23 that, 23 in the parks. How am I, help me here. How many total street team members do we have?
So we have two separate teams of downtown streets team members. So we have 21 who are in our parks, and then we have an additional 50 who are helping with litter abatement along our streets and right-of-ways.
Okay, so we have about 70 total.
Correct.
Is the reason why we don't have more on the street team, is it funding issues, or is it that the population that as part of the street team, there's no more persons that want to be on the street team, or is it a funding issue?
Yeah, so right now we do have a waiting list for the downtown streets team. And so what the downtown streets team is actually doing is basing their size based on the budget that was allocated to them. One exciting thing that we were able to do with our ARPA funding is we've been able to engage with Home Base and Downtown Streets team to have them become a CalAIM provider, which is going to lead to a sustainable funding source for Downtown Streets team. And once they're able to do that, we've worked with them to see if they could increase their size based on the revenue, the new revenue they're going to be receiving as well.
Yeah, one of the items on Measure H was taking care of the homeless. And I think one of the best ways that we can do that Downtown Street Team, that is proven to be probably one of the best programs we have out there. Shelters are good. However, you have to get people in the mindset that they can work, they can do things, and once they do that, we see them start moving on to a better life. And also the downtown street teams are more of a community that work together. And I really like to see us put more funds from Measure H into our downtown street team, because I think overall that would be really more valuable to us and to our community. It does two things. Number one, you see people out there picking up trash along our streets, which makes our residents feel like, hey, we're doing something to help people. And so it gives us some good advertising, feel good, seeing people out there working on cleaning our streets. And then also it does help our downtown street team members become better citizens here in our city. So I don't know how much funds that we're putting toward Measure H this year, or from Measure H for the downtown street team, but I'd like to see us, really look at increasing that.
Duly noted, and as Jessica stated, we are working with Homebase to look at the CalAIM, how much funding can actually be obtained from CalAIM. Once we have all that analysis done, we may be coming back with some additional recommendations on downtown streets team.
It's a win-win for our community at downtown street team. So. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Wright. Vice Mayor Bavaro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple questions. First of all, on downtown street team, to follow up on that, we're funding them by a grant, correct?
Yeah, we received a state earmark from our legislative priorities of $1 million, and so they are now funded for the next 2 years with this $1 million.
Okay, so looking in the future, should that money dry up or not be available, what's Plan B? Is it going to be Measure H money?
We would come back and request Measure H money for them.
Thank you. On economic development, we partner with Domo, Downtown Streets team, or Downtown DID, and Visit Modesto.
Correct.
I understand we did an audit on Visit Modesto recently. Do you require audits for Domo and DID as well?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Good. And on Village, do we have any future projects like that in the making?
So we have 1530 Owens that we're working on, that other bridge housing project for 12 units. And then we have a couple of additional sites that we're looking at now in a partnership with local churches to hopefully bring forward in the near future.
Were you aware of the site on Yosemite Boulevard, a vacant lot that over by, with Jack in the Box? That may be available for us as well, that's my understanding anyway. On economic development, on attracting, retaining, and expanding new business, can you share with this committee on some of the deliverables that we've had this year?
Yeah, absolutely. So the economic development team has worked really hard to really create a branding book for the city of Modesto. And so we partner with Opportunity Stanislaus and receive different requests of businesses that are looking to come to the general area, and we pitch different sites to help attract the businesses to come. And so we have now identified all available city sites with all of the amenities that each site have in order to proactively reach out to industry to bring them to Modesto. So that's one big success. We haven't had as kind of a site book before. Another one is we're really starting to launch our business retention visits. And so reaching out across our community in a survey of just saying, what can we do to help you? Here's the resources we have as a city, and we're looking to help supplement, to help sustain your business or grow your business. We've also engaged with Retail Strategies, which is an entity to help us bring different retailers to Modesto. They've really kind of getting up and going this last quarter. And so we're hoping to see more retail come to Modesto as well.
And on the general plan, the timetable is 2027, correct?
Correct.
And you're going out to the community and getting input?
We will be, yes.
Okay, last year you and the city manager also did a briefing with developers here in Modesto area. We need to keep them in the loop as they are the ones who are the stakeholders, the one who are investing the money. And I think that we really need to be close touch with them to find their point of view on how to make this, how much inventory we need for residential and industrial and commercial, as well as the permit process, and streamlining that to make it effective where we keep at the same pace as business so we don't lose opportunities. And I'm done. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Well, I'll take it from where you left off. And that's wonderful, the points you just covered, in particular focusing on the general plan. We are in the process of updating it. As we all know, it hasn't been updated for quite some time, but we're well in our way of doing so. Can you speak to where we're at in that process?
Absolutely. So as Councilmember Bavaro spoke to, we just finished our community outreach, which identified, where do we want to grow as a city and what are kind of some missing zoning that we need in order to help foster that growth. And so we're working closely with the consultant to come back with 3 different land use alternatives, which will be briefing staff, briefing council, and then doing another community outreach. Following that, council will be able to decide on the preferred land use alternative to ensure that we do all the studies associated with that preference and then the CEQA documents. And then by 2027, we'd be able to bring the final general plan forward for approval.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I see the light at the end of the tunnel. Yeah. Wonderful. How much of your work, Jessica, is supported by grants? And is it listed anywhere in your presentation?
Yeah, let me go.
While she's finding that, we do have a grants presentation later in the workshops.
Oh, okay. And economic development is highlighted?
So a majority of our grants here are utilized by our HUD and IFP admin funds. And so this is about that $4 million that we're looking at. And so a lot of the grants are not only to help implement different programs in the community, it also covers the staff time with the execution of those grants.
And a guesstimate of your scope of your project works, grants pay 50% of them, less than 10% of it. How much does grants, how much do they support your overall work portfolio?
So I have about 11 staff who work solely with grants that we receive from the federal and state funding. And so that would be the support.
No, but in terms of projects.
In terms of projects. With all of our affordable housing projects, they are all utilizing both state and federal grants. And so what we've been able to do as a department is we've been able to utilize some of this city money that we receive and then actually apply for outside funding to help leverage that. So right now, our projects are leveraged about 30% of city affordable housing funds and we receive 70% from additional state and federal funding we're able to bring in.
Okay, wow, that's a big number. Are any of the projects that housing or otherwise, at risk or being impacted by the unknown factors with the federal funding? Are any of them at risk of perhaps not receiving that funding?
So for all of our projects each year, all the funding we have allocated now is good.
Right.
It will be fine. What we're keeping close eye on is the HUD funding we receive each year, which is about $3.5 million. And it is going to be flat for this next year, but we are keeping an eye on it for future funding years.
Okay, do we have any project that is 100% funded by HUD money?
At this time, no.
Okay, that's great. Did you speak to any funding support in regards to the Salvation Army? Or are we moving forward directing any money from any funding source towards that initiative?
So the council previously allocated ARPA funding to the Salvation Army. Since that period of time, we've also been able to engage Salvation Army with Home Base, the consultant, and they've become a CalAIM provider. And so we've been able to point them, and they now have a sustainable funding source to help fund their ongoing operations. So in this budget, there is no funding for Salvation Army. However, in our encampment resolution grant, we did receive funding, and part of it will go to Salvation Army.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions from the committee? Okay, great. Any questions from the council? Chris?
Thanks, Chair. I want to also speak about the Downtown Streets team. I agree with everything that Councilmember Wright said. This is probably the most cost-effective and, best result kind of program we can have for the unsheltered. There was just a presentation, as I'm sure you're aware, in the Community Housing and Community Development Committee this last week, and the conversation with the committee was verbatim what Councilmember Wright said. And so I understand that the city is hesitant to move ahead, but I think that the correct answer is that we should give Downtown Streets team the extra funding they need while they backfill it with the grants that they're trying to get through the programs that you're talking about, because there's no sense in us waiting. The problem isn't going to get better. It's probably going to get worse. So I don't see much upside in us waiting. We got to start working on it now. So I recommend fixing that before June. And I think you're going to have a lot of support for doing that. The other thing I want to ask you about is on the economic development side, can you give me a snapshot of what our economic development strategy is in terms of attracting, businesses along the lines of what we are trying to target in Stanislaus 2030, and what budgets we have to kind of support that strategy?
Yeah, so the economic development team is very involved in the community, especially with the other initiatives that are occurring. So North Valley Thrive, which is the Tri-County Economic Development Initiative, as well as Stanislaus 2030. And so in partnering with Stanislaus 2030, and I am on their board, we talk about different initiatives and who's the best fit in those partnerships. So there was a funding availability of $9 million through a Catalyst Fund that was received directly from the state. And in partnership with Stanislaus 2030, we mapped different initiatives. And so whereas the City of Modesto didn't itself apply for a revolving loan fund, Valley First applied to expand their revolving loan fund. And so what we're seeing is that through our partnerships in the community, it's not just things that we're doing as our economic development team, it's that we're making those partnerships to really grow our breadth of economic development opportunities for Modesto.
One of the projects that came through 2030 was this, it was like a child care,
Correct.
industry support mechanism. Can you give me an update on how that worked and what the plans are for the city budget-wise to support that?
Yes, absolutely. So we were able to allocate about $150,000 to help support the establishing new childcare businesses within the City of Modesto. And so Stanislaus 2030 had partnered with First Five as well as Nurture to create this learning curriculum, as well as offer $2,500 grants to help individuals open their own businesses. So there's been over 60 new childcare businesses that have been established, which has created kind of the openings of additional availability of childcare in our community. So it's been really good so far, and Stanislaus 2030 is always looking for other sorts of grant resources that they can do to continue to expand the program.
Yeah, I mean, that's textbook. Those are like living wage kind of jobs,
Yeah.
right? Like those businesses. So that's great. Another economic development project that I know that we've been working closely with the county or Stand 2030 is Beam Circular.
Correct.
Can you give me a quick update on any budget that we have planned to support some of these new, like hydrogen and, other kind of ag-related industries that they're developing over at Beam Circular?
Absolutely. So the teams works very closely with Beam Circular and works very closely with the other businesses that align with Beam Circular and the initiatives. And so some of the key things we've been doing is really identify opportunities within the city for sites to help market those sites to bring additional business. And so one of them that we briefed is Caribou Biofuels, to look at our woody residuals to see if we can develop that into a more useful instead of bringing it to the landfill. And so not necessarily a budget at this time to support it. Economic development staff has been working directly with them, and then directly with city staff, both utilities, engineering, as well as planning, to ensure that we have those sites identified and then can streamline any permitting process.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good questions. Mayor?
Questions that I have. Please repeat how many daycare centers I haven't heard.
Over 60.
Okay, all right, that's even more than the last time I had heard. Regarding our budget, this I kind of was like, whoa, this is a lot of information that you presented in about 8 minutes. So I'm back on slide 10.
Okay.
If we could just look at slide 10. The numbers, I was just looking at each slide and how dramatically they have risen. So what, can you explain this slide to me from 287,000 up to 1.1?
Absolutely. So this is specifically for our economic development division. And so the city over the last couple of years has made a concentrated effort to emphasize economic development within the city of Modesto. And so, Mayor, I'm actually going to go back a couple other slides to talk about amount of people. And so when you look at 21-22, you see that we only had 3 staff members within our economic development division. And over the last couple of years, we've grown to 4 and then to 6. And so there's been an emphasis not only in staff, but an additional funding to help with consultants to kind of move forward economic development initiatives. And so part of the growth has been the doubling of staff over the last couple of years, as well as the professional services.
All right, slide 13 was the next one that I noticed. Okay. So can you just explain that from the 1.8 million to the 4.1 million?
Absolutely. So overall, this is for our community development division. So this division oversees both our state and federal affordable housing and homeless funds, as well as our community facilities districts. So as different funding was available, we were able to kind of build up staff to help support the initiatives for the city of Modesto. I do want to also call out, you can see here that the expenditures are lower than the revenue. And so this is a full cost recovery cost center. So everything that is billed out directly to grants or is paid for by our community facilities districts to help sustain our staff.
All right, so this is staffing
Primarily staffing,
costs.
yes.
Okay. And then slide 21. What would the money be used for this strategic plan?
So we do have many initiatives within our economic development strategic plan. One of the initiatives that we've been having staff focus on now is really the attraction of new industrial businesses to Modesto. And so we're trying to, work on different sorts of marketing to help support and bring those entities to Modesto, as well as different computer programs to help really with the to really identify the businesses that are looking to come to the general area as well. So this would be kind of the first hit to try to, again, attract more industrial through our business intelligence as well as our marketing efforts.
So would this be for an additional staffing?
This would be for consultant.
Consultant,
work. Yes.
okay, that's what I wondered. All right, I think, multiple comments were made about Downtown Streets team. You know how I feel with my time with members of our Downtown Streets team. For me, I just want to emphasize the difference that it makes in each person's life that participates in the Downtown Streets team, which is not something that we can economically necessarily prove or show. If you're with them, if you know, if you're with them. That, it's difficult
Absolutely.
to prove it in dollars, but,
Yeah.
All right,
It's a
thank you.
community. Yep.
Thank you, Mayor. Vice Mayor Bavaro, you have another question?
Yeah, to follow up on the mayor's economic development questions. Do we have, can you show us the results of our investment into the economic development? In other words, okay, we're staffing up, but what are the deliverables? What industrials have we brought to Modesto? And what impact is that having on, providing sales tax? So the return on our investment with this department. If there's a presentation at some point, we now have 6 staff members in ED, and this is what they've done, and this is a generation of revenue. This is generation of new jobs, kind of like measurable so we can see we're doing this, which is cool, but what's the results, the measurable results?
Absolutely. We do have the division tracking their key performance indicators, which includes number of new jobs for the city as well as investment into the city of Modesto. So we can work on a future presentation for that.
Yeah, at a council meeting at some point.
Great. Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Any more questions? Seeing none, I will open it now for public comment. I do not have any speaker cards, so any members of the public at this point wish to come forth and ask a question, make a comment? Okay, seeing none, I will close public comment and bring it back to the committee. Does the committee have any final comments?
Yeah,
Councilmember Wright?
thank you. I didn't have enough coffee this morning, or maybe I had too much coffee this morning. Trying to wake up here. I just want to say again about the Downtown Street team. To me, that's the most important thing that we're doing to help people in this community. It's a benefit to not only the city, but it's a great benefit to those people. And I think we have strong support here on the council to really look at funding. Measure H money was one of the promises that we told our citizens that we would really work on our homeless situation. And there's nothing better than the Downtown Street team to really do that. And it's a benefit not only for those people, but it's a benefit to our community. So there again, I just want to really stress how important that I feel, and I think most of my council members feel, that we really look at beefing up our Downtown Street team. I like to see maybe 200 people on our Downtown Street team, and that would, I think, really make a big difference in the city of Modesto for our homeless population. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Wright. Vice Mayor Bavaro?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just my position.
Please, yeah.
Point of view. I hope that the next 2 years, we really zoom in and focus on our economic vitality, economic development, and breeding great paying jobs to the city. The last 2 years we've been focused and very successful on public safety and deferred maintenance and doing things that Measure H was supposed to do. And now I'd like to see us in the next 2 years to really pump up our game on economic development and getting our general plan completed by 2027. And from my point of view, it would be a pro-growth, pro-business general plan. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for those comments. And building on that, I think we are on that path to building on the successes that we have achieved thus far and really putting Modesto on the map of being a vibrant, safe community. And thank you, Jessica, for all the efforts that you and your team have put into getting us on that track. You guys have done an excellent job, and you're small but mighty, and keep up the great work. Any final comments from the council? Please, Councilmember Ricky.
Thanks, Chair. My one final comment for economic development is that we need to continue looking forward, and I hope that we can keep working with our partners like Stanislaus 2030 to try to, develop additional living wage jobs. And one of the things that I've been really thinking about lately is just like our economy and how it's evolving. One of the ways that it's evolving is that remote work, while you hear on the news that, all the companies are, telling people to go back to work and stuff, there's still a huge amount of people that are working remote. And a lot of companies are saving a ton of overhead, especially smaller companies, by having people working remote. And in Modesto, we really don't have like a center for people where they can work remote easily. And I think that's something that we could really look at and create like a lot of activity and energy and economic activity in downtown if we had a center where people could, do remote work. So I think that's something that we should be looking at in our economic development plans. Like, how can we help support remote workers and give them a place to belong here in Modesto?
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Mayor, please.
I want to take this time to thank you, Jessica. This represents a tremendous amount of work, and I think that it's noteworthy that everywhere I go in the community, people comment on your team and the positive work ethic and the positive relationships that have been developed in our community. We are a large city, very large city with a small town feel, and I think that's reflected by your department and the people that drive all of this activity. It's to be commended. It's certainly been a whirlwind the last 4 years. I think that we've accomplished an incredible amount of great work together, and I can only look forward with great anticipation to the next 4 years. It sounds like we better buckle up and get ready to go. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, that concludes our Community and Economic Development Department presentation. Next on the agenda is Engineering Services Department. Welcome, Toby.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee, and the City Council. Toby Wells, Director of Engineering Services and your City Engineer. Look forward to giving a briefing on our Engineering Services Department. So as you may recall, the Engineering Service Department, we'll get caught up on the slides. And it is the same presentation. So the department, as we mentioned, is a newer department. We were formed in 2023-2024. We came out of Community and Economic Development as well as Utilities to form the new department that we'll talk about this morning. So the department is made up of 6 divisions. Most recently, Parks Planning and Development was added to the team in December of last year. So making up the 6 divisions of administration, which is the oversight, and also administration of our Measure L funds, the house and sales tax that's countywide. In addition, our land development engineering. So that team works very closely with Jessica and her team on all new development within the community. Our construction administration. So this is really the team that does the inspection of all our capital projects. So those are the projects that we have within our team, as well as utilities and public works. Our surveying group supports all of those functions, doing surveying across the city, both reviewing new development as well as new construction. Our TED group, the Transportation Engineering Design, that is a group that does most of the new infrastructure, that is the interchange designs as well as new roadways such as roundabouts and new improvements such as Scenic, which is currently starting construction. And lastly, as I mentioned, our newest group to our team is Parks Planning. Obviously, with the passage of Measure H, they are very, very busy with lots of projects that we'll talk about a little bit more in detail. So the department has 49 FTEs spread across those 6 divisions. And you can see here on the chart kind of how that allocation, 2 of the 49 are Measure H funded positions relative to the Parks Planning Division. Too quickly. Again, as a new department, this is information that is showing kind of the allocation from fiscal year across from back to where we're at today. So overall, the funding is primarily a support division or department, and one that we are delivering projects. You're looking at our revenues, again, as a new department that started in 23-24, that's why there's not actuals for the previous years. But for the most part, our funding is relative to projects. So we get funding from Measure L, from grants, from Measure H for the parks projects. So when you look at those funds, there's a little, it might seem a little odd, but it is primarily related to how the funds for those projects are allocated. So like our construction inspectors are billing their time to projects, and so that's how you'll see those numbers. Kind of breaking down each individual division. Again, as a newer division, some of the numbers from a consistency standpoint, there's allocation as we moved pieces and parts around to where they're at today with the current budget. So that's administration. Here's the LDE function. LDE has more of a general fund component because this is folks who are working at the counter answering specific questions. A lot of their funds are, revenues are from developer impact fees and fees for services such as plan checks and encroachment permits, but there's a good portion of their time spent assisting the general public with information and questions regarding development that aren't necessarily billed directly to a project, so that's why you see the expenditures more than the revenues for the LDE team. Sorry, for construction administration, again, primarily a support role, supporting all the other departments as well as our department in the delivery of capital improvement projects. So they're spending all the time out in the field inspecting these projects, ensuring that things are built to city standards. And as I mentioned, surveying. One thing to note on this slide, when the department was formed, surveying was a part of the utilities department and underneath the construction admin. So in the first year, we didn't break it out, and in the second year, we did create their own cost center, so that's why the numbers don't show for 23-24, but we broke that out for fiscal year 24-25. Again, TED Group, this is primarily design and delivery of capital improvement projects on the transportation side, again, primarily driven by the revenues of other funds to deliver those projects, largely due with Measure L. And as you may recall, Measure L is a leveraging fund, i.e. using Measure L to receive other grant funds such as state and federal dollars. And lastly, our newest division, Parks Planning. Again, there's one aspect that is Measure H with 2 employees, but for the large part, delivering those capital projects for Measure H and other grant funds. All right, as we talk about Measure H, and again, this is primarily, this is a new area for me, as last year we didn't have any Measure H funds, but this year with Parks Planning Division, we can highlight some of the important things that we've delivered on our Measure H projects. The first full fiscal year of Measure H funding. So you'll see there we've delivered playground replacement at 6 parks, drinking fountains replaced at 20 parks, new park signs, and the resurfacing of tennis courts. The total for that deferred maintenance for year 1 is a little over $2.1 million. And we are continuing to work on delivery of those projects that were allocated in the first 2 years of Measure H. So that's really on the deferred maintenance. And then the other piece of it is on the preventative maintenance, trying to correct those things before they get to the deferred maintenance list. So on this slide, concrete repairs. So this is trying to repair concrete or create it so that's ADA compliant and safe, no tripping hazards. Significantly improved tree trimming across our parks. So we've got 20 parks, over 2,000 trees. We've done some improvements in parking lots, striping and sealing the parks, 5 parking lots, and then also basketball and volleyball courts. The total for those is a little over $1 million for those in the last, over the last fiscal year. So our goals for fiscal year 25-26. So from the administration side, continue to build the team. So we've gotten new members to the team. We're growing as a team, creating our mission and vision statements. We're working on that. And LDE is an important project they're working on there. I was working with the Utilities Department, creating a new stormwater quality manual that's to be updated this year, as well as an update to our city standards. The city standards and specification is a document that is about 10 years old. We just got started on that document, which is important for all of the new development that we're seeing within the community. For construction administration and surveying, continuing to grow that team and get the replacement for improvements. Our TED group, continue to deliver the Measure L projects. As I mentioned, we've got the 2 interchange projects for Standiford and Briggsmore. We've got traffic calming, as well as the next 5-year plan for Measure L. And then Parks Planning, very, very busy group, continuing to deliver projects. As we know, Cesar Chavez is under construction, Mary Grogan, the Awesome Spot. We've got continued replacement of playgrounds across the community. We got an update to the TRIPS master plan. We're supporting Parks Neighborhood on their master plan, and really exciting projects that are coming soon with the MLK Park, Dryden Golf Course that we talked about last night on the clubhouse replacement, as well as a Virginia Corridor Phase 7 project. So in terms of our requests, so to continue focus on those areas of preventative and deferred maintenance, requesting additional $500,000 for each of those 2 buckets. It's a little bit of a reduction from previous years, but we are continuing to get caught up on the delivery of those projects that were identified in the previous years. This will kind of bridge the gap, and we'll be back next year asking for additional funds to continue to focus on both the deferred and preventative maintenance areas within our park system. And this is kind of specific to each project. So as was mentioned by Steve yesterday, the Cesar Chavez, the $761,000 is the continuation from the budget adjustment that was adopted by council at the last council meeting to fully fund the remainder of that project. It was allocated when the project was awarded. Like I mentioned, Martin Luther King, $7.8 million there to fully fund that project. It is currently out to bid, and we expect to have numbers very shortly of what the actual costs are. This is the estimate based on the design of the project. Again, related to the first item, the $300,000 for Pellendale, this puts that funding back to the original cost. So to move forward with that, that project is out for RFP, and that is what the request is for the adjustments for Measure H. And our non-Measure H adjustments, we just have one here, and this conversion of an existing part-time construction inspector to a full-time. As we mentioned, our support across the multiple departments. We are very busy utilizing consultants to handle the overload, and converting the part-time to a full-time will provide the opportunity for our staff to be more able to help with all these projects, both private and public. One thing I will mention before the questions is as part of the Parks Planning Group that came over, we also support TRIP. So the TRIP aspect, and working closely with PRN, we provide support for administering their meetings as well as capital delivery of those projects. Over the fiscal year, we will work to kind of transition those roles between the 2 departments as we continue to work very closely with Jeremy and his team. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Toby, for that presentation. Any questions from the members of the committee? Vice Mayor Bavaro?
Just one quick question on, with regards to sport court lighting. There was, I believe it's in Councilman Ricky's district, Griseda. There was an issue about the lighting for the pickleball court.
Yep.
Has that been resolved?
Yes, so we reached out to some on-call consultants we have from the electrical engineering side to do the analysis of what the appropriate lighting would be. We've gotten proposals and looking forward to move forward on getting that project delivered. It will take a few months to get that done, but we're looking at hopefully by the end of this year, depending on the total dollar amount of what bid process we have to use, but it is underway.
I have one more question.
Go ahead.
This is in my district, kind of selfish question here. On Encina, over by the elementary school there's 2 blocks of property that I know that you applied for grants and were unable to get them to include that into our walk area, park area. Nevertheless, I'm still getting a lot of calls from constituents. Is there any funds in our budget to maybe improve that area?
So you
As that's been a
mentioned-
problem for
Correct.
25 years.
So as I mentioned, that area, so this is at Encina and El Vista, between El Vista and Trask. So there's two areas there that were property that was acquired from MID. As you mentioned, we applied for an ATP grant, so Alternate Transportation Program. We've applied twice for a large bike path project that would provide connectivity through Dry Creek area. Unfortunately, we were unsuccessful in that grant application. So we are now resizing the project to try and, again, use Measure L to leverage to get other funds. And so it's not currently in the budget, but you'll see in our grant presentation, we'll be applying through StanCog later this year for CMAQ funds, and we're looking to do a smaller project within that area to accomplish that. Timing is not yet known because it's relative to another competitive process we have to go through to allocate those CMAQ funds. We would likely have an answer later this fiscal year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wright.
Thank you, Chair. Toby, thank you for your presentation. I have one quick question on Awesome Spot. I know that was a project with a nonprofit that was trying to raise money. I think they raised close to $3 million. A project started out to be $3.5 million. Now it's around $7 or $8 million project. Do you have any idea when that will be completed?
Yeah, so right now with the new fiduciary that's coming online to help provide we'll call it the mechanism for those private parties to continue to donate funding. We don't have a specific time frame, but continuing to work with those private interests to get that going. So we're probably still a little ways off. The city manager will probably provide a little update there as well.
Yeah, so we're bringing the new fiduciary to council on Tuesday. They are very well known and very well versed in getting additional funding for these adaptive type playgrounds activities, and what we really want to do is see at least the first couple months of activity to see how much money they can generate through fundraising activities, and then we'll reevaluate at that time and bring recommendations.
Once we get them on board, I do have a couple of neighborhood associations that want to donate some money to that, and they're holding the money right now. So it would be nice that we can get some information on how they can donate money.
Yeah, we'll get them connected with the fiduciary. They have an online presence, and they can specify a specific project to donate money to.
And once we have that kind of, we call it dedication, then we can see what we need to bring to the table with the Measure H funds to leverage those together to look to project delivery.
It sounds like partnering with a fiduciary entity allows us to tap into a funding source that perhaps was not within our reach prior to that. What other opportunities may a fiduciary partner help us with?
So from a parks perspective, especially something, like Awesome Spot, which is such a community attraction and draw where it has significant, public interest who are really wanting to bring money to the table. That's really the perfect illustration where a fiduciary works. It doesn't have as much value for like a road overlay or projects of that nature. So it really is those community-based projects that really has where people really want to put their own skin in the game. So I would say parks of Awesome Spot are really the best opportunity for it. We may see some of those in the future with other locations, but we've got our plate full right now that we want to deliver these projects before we look to those next ones.
Sure. Looking forward to the outcome of that. Thank you. Toby, I have a couple questions in regards to your parks planning and development. In the previous presentations, I inquired about the cell tower leases. Can you speak to revenue income from that source?
Yeah, so I don't have the full dollar amount.
Oh,
Sorry,
okay.
I wasn't able to get that. But yeah, that is a part of our parks planning group. They manage those leases. So typically those cell tower leases are about 25 years. They provide, it's not a huge dollar amount, but we'll get that information for you. But it does provide for a funding source. Some of it goes into TRIP and into other locations within those parks where those cell towers are located.
Wonderful. Can you speak a little bit more about your Park Partners program?
And is there a specific question or?
What is Park Partners program?
So as a new leader of this one, I'm not as familiar with that. That's something that I'll get the answers with Jeremy and his team.
Sure,
so
sure.
As we're dividing and conquering a lot of those areas that are kind of crossover between our two departments, there's still areas that we are working out who's responsible for what piece of it.
Of course. Thank you. And my last question is, can you elaborate more on your land development engineering department and the focus on outdoor dining?
So the LDE team is really the intake for the permitting process. So in essence, primarily for the downtown area, when COVID hit, we created that program to be able to implement the outdoor dining. So it's an annual process when folks come in to renew that, make sure their insurance is up to date, make sure they're still meeting all the ADA requirements, and then when someone new comes in, processing that permit process. So it is a permit that's good for a year for them to allow that dining within the public right-of-way.
That was an amazing component that the city afforded during COVID. It helped us get through a tough spot. Do you see that component staying strong and perhaps even staying steady, or is it expanding, or is there interest in our business owners to have that added?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Those businesses, Commonwealth, for example, who sees a really good value to it. I really do see that increasing, and working with Jessica's team, we're looking to kind of make that program a little more robust and be able to do a little more outreach. But some of the business didn't find value in it and have kind of pulled back from it. So it really seems like it's more business specific on how they operate their business, on whether they see the value. So we'll continue to work with those businesses who do see the value and make sure that it is robust and sustainable for them going forward. And then seeing what is not working for other groups to see if we can revise the program to make it more effective.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Any questions from Councilmember Ricky or the mayor? Councilmember Ricky.
Thank you, Chair. I think the first question that I have is in terms of the pickleball lighting, what's your plan to educate the stakeholders of what you're doing?
Yeah, so we just got the proposals from the electrical engineer. It was an on-call group. So now that we have the dollar amount from that, we reach back out to those groups to let them know what we need to do to deliver that. So it'll be communication directly with those stakeholders. Perfect. I'm just getting enthusiastic feedback from these stakeholders on a regular basis. So understood. Okay, and then on the playgrounds, we did 6 playgrounds last year. I've been pretty public about my feelings about the designs and the thought that went into those. We're in April. It is 80 degrees already. It was almost 90 yesterday. What is the plan to deal with these parks and these playgrounds and making them usable more of the year? I mean, if there's right now, it appears there to be no plan to shade any of these investments we're making. So the next 4 parks that are up for vote right now, and so the concepts are out. There's actually was just posted earlier, I believe it was yesterday or late last week. So those 4 parks are on the city's website. We've done some social media posts, and just working with communications to get that out there where folks can vote, and that looking for that feedback as well. We hear you loud and clear. As we get into the design of those right now, we're looking for the feedback from the community, and then get into the design of those next 4 parks. So do these designs that you're putting out on social media include solutions to the usability issues? So, every playground, there's a couple options for each of those 4 parks as it stands right now. They do incorporate some version of shade structures. They don't have, full shade structures over the entire playground area, but they have over the playground equipment themselves for some of the options. But that is feedback we'll be looking from the community, and again, hear you loud and clear. Yeah, I mean, the problem with just throwing it out there on social media and using that feedback as it's like when you do a poll and you ask a question but all the answers are wrong. Like, I don't think you can use social media as a tool that way. And I would say it's one source of feedback. It's not the only source of feedback, right? It's one getting interest from that particular area, and it's one way to get an outreach, but it's not the only way. It's not. I mean, you say we're going to make new playgrounds. You're always going to get good feedback because everybody wants new playgrounds. I do too, but the strategy that the department is taking on, I think, is just flat wrong, and it's tiresome to have this conversation over and over again. There are ways to do it that cost less money that do not involve just putting a little hat on a slide, which has been the city's solution thus far, which doesn't work. I think that, you can buy large trees, for example, that are,
that are already mature, that aren't gonna take 50 years to grow, that you could purchase. There's so many ideas, and you guys have them. This is what you do. So I'm hopeful that there's more, you guys are more aggressive in solving that problem. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mayor?
All right, speaking of trees, I noticed on this one slide, on slide 19, and I don't know if this is really your department or not, the tree trimming, but you mentioned that 2,000 trees had been trimmed with 2,000 trees?
Correct.
That's a lot of care for our trees in our parks, at 20 parks. So is there a plan going forward for the remainder of the 55 parks?
Yeah, so we're
to-
continuing to work on the funding that was available in the current allocation, so we have some money left to continue that process. And the goal would be over the next couple years to finish all of the parks, get through and everything on a preventative maintenance standpoint, and then a perfect world be able to turn over the tree trimming within the parks to the forestry department to be able to have an ongoing system. So we're still getting caught up, but we're within a couple years we should be able to get fully caught up.
That's
with the tree trimming.
impressive, 2,000 trees, wow.
There's still
Yeah.
a lot more.
Lot to go. Thank
Yes.
you.
Any more questions? Okay, seeing none, I will move this forward to open to the public. And I have no speakers cards. Any member of the public wishing to come forward and speak on this subject? Seeing none, I'll close public comment, bring it back to Finance Committee for any final comments. Seeing none, council, any final comments? Mayor?
My comment is that we depend on engineers to do your jobs perfectly, primarily for our safety. It involves bridges, structures, homes, businesses, waterways, and we expect it in our society to be done perfectly. So I recognize those efforts. I don't understand it. It's not my area of expertise, but I understand the notion of when things have to be done perfectly for safety of our residents. So I want to recognize and appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Toby, for that presentation. Next on the agenda is it's actually Public Works Department. Welcome.
Morning, Chair, members of the committee, council members, Mayor. I'm Bill Sandu, Public Works Director. I'm going to go over Public Works today. There are several divisions that Public Works covers, and some of those listed there: Public Works Administration, building maintenance and admin, citywide all buildings, over 70 some facilities we maintain, parking services and parking enforcement, fleet services, street maintenance, curb gutter, sidewalk, traffic operations, airport. And some of the other divisions that we have under Public Works is solid waste management, compost, Carpenter Road landfill, which is very active, Gear Road landfill active, and also have a kind of inactive landfill at airport. So traffic engineering and electrical divisions, so traffic engineering, electrical, and also we are responsible for urban forestry, including green waste and street sweeping operations. And we have about 230 full-time employees and somewhere 30 to 50 part-time employees that we use during peak season and summer. And majority of our workforce, you can see, is in our transportation areas, fleet, streets, and airport areas, 111 employees. And administration, which is my office, 5 employees. Full-time, and then you can see the other solid waste has 24 full-time employees, and Measure H team is also, it includes blight abatement, which is delineated there, and also building services parking has 14 full-time employees. One is in enforcement full-time, and the remaining are in building services and parking. Also, forestry green waste area has 60 employees, and you can see on the right side, we have two teams that are funded with Measure H for forestry, and that's making huge difference there. And also, traffic engineering and electrical has 16 full-time employees. Another chart to look at the split of our workforce. This is a full-time workforce. You can see that. And our revenues and expenses. So this is a surface transportation fund. This is the fund that funds basically traffic, electrical, streets, curb gutter and sidewalk, and pays the utility bill for traffic signals and streets. And the revenues and expenditures are pretty much balanced in this fund. This fund, the sources of revenue is SB1, gas tax, and also garbage franchise, part of garbage franchise fees also, and MOE, which is maintenance of effort. As you can see, back in 22-23, when enhancing our services, added second slurry team, some traffic operations crews added, and some curb gutter and sidewalk crews added, and also enhanced some electrical functions there. Fleet fund, this is another major fund. Just as you can see, we do have very close to 1,600 pieces of equipment we maintain. I think it's 1,578. And this fund includes operations fund, operations and maintenance fund, and replacement funds. Each vehicle is replaced. We'll go a little bit more over when we go to fleet fund. When we go to fleet presentation, but this is a combination of your operation, maintenance, fuel, parts, and vehicle replacement. And then we have airport fund. Airport fund is pretty balanced operation there. There's generally at the end of the year we are surplus there. Most of the time, this time it seems like again it'd be balanced because it doesn't include variance rate in there. So about $1.5 million, $1.58 million of expenditures, 1.49 for revenues. But again, this does not include end of the year variance we get. Solid waste fund, this is the fund that funds all our solid waste operations, management of our franchise haulers, and some of the landfills, management of landfills, recycling programs, blight abatements, and things like that. So you can see the revenues for this funds are about $8.9 million and $9.5 in expenditures, but this revenues do not include a Measure H funded blight abatement teams in it. So this also has two blight abatement teams funded from Measure H. That's why you see a little bit of off balance there. Green Waste Fund, this includes forestry, street sweeping, and everything else. And also, you see the revenues are $11.1 million approximately, and expenditure $14.8 million. So, but this does not include the teams funded from Measure H, and also the agreements, the outside contractors that are also funded from Measure H. So that's why you see the balance of the Measure H revenues are not shown in there. Storm drain fund, this is one of the funds that leaf collection and some of the street sweeping is used. Our revenues come from a storm drain fund in this case. Parking services. Parking services, which includes operation and maintenance of our 3 parking garages and about 8 surface lots. It gets about $2 million of revenue projected and about the same amount of expenditures. This is the services, again, parking garages and everything, surface lots, that the revenues come from that part. The next one is parking enforcement. This is where you see some gap there. The revenues are projected at $341,000, expenditures $773,000. So there is a gap there. So we are actually exploring any other options of parking enforcement and citation and adjudication. So hopefully in coming months, we will bring something forward to city manager for consideration and of course to council for any other options that we may have for parking enforcement and processing, adjudication and citation process. Building fund, so this is the fund that we use for maintenance of all citywide facilities. And it's, again, the revenues and expenditures are collected from all the facilities that are maintained. So next portion of the PowerPoint is impacts of Measure H funding. And Measure H is when very, very effective for us, addressing some of the safety issue, quality of life issues, improving our response time. It may be forestry, it may be some other functions, including curb gutter, sidewalk, and customer service. So this is one of the areas that the team has done a great job in addressing some of those issues, quality of life, response time, customer service. So contractor work, we hired a contractor with the Measure H funding to help with tree trimming, tree removal, in some cases stump grinding. So that was a huge win for the city and for our residents because I think some of the trees that were huge liability for the city dead or diseased trees, when pretty much we're caught up, and that doesn't mean that we're done with it, but we're kind of caught up on the backlog. Reforestation is another effort that we have taken with the Measure H, and again, next item, addition of admin office assistants. So this was more kind of responding to customers so that we can take their calls in timely basis and respond back. So we added, last year, we added this position, and this has been very beneficial. Curb gutter and sidewalk, this is another huge win. We started, 2 years ago, we started with over 5,000 work orders of backlog. That your sidewalks, those are the areas that sidewalk pretty much needed to be replaced. And grinding or other things were not options. So believe it or not, we made a huge dent into it. We're down to about 3,900 work orders that we still have backlog. And keep in mind, we add every year also. So those were the huge wins. So the one that we've been working on were the worst ones. So we've been addressing this backlog as we go. Tree pruning. So you can see that on the left side, before Measure H and ARPA funding, we were barely trimming somewhere between 3,000 to 7,000 trees a year. Now we're up to over 12,000 trees. That's getting us very close to the desired cycle, even though we need to, we are working a little bit more harder to step up a little bit more to get to 13,000 or so trees. I think the recent inventory showed we have over 90,000 trees citywide. And so we're very close to the desired cycle there. Tree removal, good thing, is going down, so that means we're pretty much catching up on those dead or diseased trees. You can see it peaked in 2023 at over close to 1,600 trees. Now, last year was only 700 some trees, which is good news in my opinion. And then another thing we were hearing was quality of life. A lot of stumps were sitting out there. And last year was a huge year for us to remove those stumps. Illegal dumping reports, that's another area that I think we have made a lot of progress. And you can see on the left, 3,700 or so were 2023. Those are the documented illegal dumping. Now last year went down, so my hope is everything keeps going in the right direction, that those with all the means we're providing to dispose all material, hopefully that will be helping. And on the right side, you can see the pounds of blight collected. It's not going down. There's still a lot of blight showing up, but thanks to Measure H, we're being more proactive, removing that blight. So that's why I think the city looks much cleaner. Drop-off events, those have been another very successful events for us. Some of those were funded by Caltrans. I think one of them was funded by Measure H. And tires recycled, that is another area. We get a lot of those tires, and also collect a lot of tires from public right-of-way. A little bit more, the e-waste collected, and the tons of e-waste collected, the tons of bulky item trash collected. So this is a little bit more digging into all over sidewalk, curb gutter and sidewalk removed and replaced. And you can see the last year was a huge for us. You can see over 49,000 square foot of that curb gutter and sidewalk replaced and removed. And so I think the team working with our contractors done a wonderful job in this area also. So as I mentioned, we're still have about 3,900 pending or backlog of work orders, but we keep working at it. So some of Public Works priorities for 25-26, they're based on a strategic plan, the current 25-26 strategic plan. Goal A, our goal is to improve the traffic flow. That means that, in the past we used to get the biggest complaint was that signal is not turning green, or because I'm sitting here because some of those detection loops were not working. So that complaint, it's pretty much subsided because we've been installing detection cameras which are more efficient in detecting the traffic and sending the signal so that traffic can change. Also, other projects in traffic, area of traffic it's important that signals communicate with each other, other signals, so that they can communicate how much traffic is being transferred from one intersection to other, and they can move, and also connect to our traffic management center. A problem occurs, we can see in our traffic management center and hopefully diagnose it from there. Or so it's important. So we have several projects that will be installing some of our fiber projects, and we keep working at it. And the signal performance measures is another goal in this area that we want. Signal performance measures are basically they measure how the signal is performing, what level of service it's providing, how many left turners, right turners, and so on. And finally, the complete Safe Streets for All. This is a $1 million grant we got from feds to complete Safe Streets for All. It's been going good. So that is another goal, and completed, hopefully start implementing the grant also. In Goal B, strategic plan, Goal B, we still wanted to, we still request that we keep investing in beautification efforts, even it could be blight team, blight abatement committee, and other areas, so that also reforestation of college area and La Loma neighborhoods. There were a lot of trees removed from there because those were a lot of older trees that were either dead or diseased. So reforestation of those areas is priority. Update tree ordinance. So that's a process we already started. And of course, reduce blight is another priority for us. So on goal D, complete feasibility study for airport growth opportunities. We're actively involved with that study, getting scope, and so hopefully that's we get to complete the feasibility study. And FAA is proposing, or federals are proposing a new tower that seems like moving forward. So they are in. I think they're in advanced planning stages / design stage, so they're at that stage now. So getting a new tower, working with the FAA will be another effort. Another area given all the state mandates and also to do for the city, divert waste from the landfill. So that's another area we are focusing on, keep diverting all the landfill materials. Adjustments, 2 adjustments we have. One is drenching trailer. So this is, we get a lot of complaints citywide that APHIS, then there's a lot of that drip from the trees. So drenching trailers, so drenching is the cure for some of that problem. So we are requesting some assistance with drenching trailer and pickup truck so that we can improve or supplement our drenching effort and treat that issue. So non-measure H adjustment, this is coming from solid waste fund. It's a solid waste, add senior solid waste enforcement officer position. So that completes public works. Presentation, I can go and take care of fleet. Also at the same time, then open up for questions. Chair?
But why don't you please do that?
So fleet, we maintain close to those 1,569 pieces of equipment in fleet. MPD is about 329, fire, city fire, Modesto City Fire 82, and then you can see parks and rec, utilities, and other departments. And also outside fire, consolidated all series, Garlock and Salida, we maintain about 64 pieces of equipment, and also Stan RTA buses, which is 152. For all of the contracted services, we do get reimbursed from Stan RTA and outside fire districts. Some of the state mandates, it's one of the biggest state mandate is 100% purchase of zero emission vehicles by 2035. So we keep working at that mandate. And so we did get a grant from local airport, air board, and also Department of Energy Efficiency and Conservation block grant for $241,720. So our requirement for next 2 years is to have 3 electric vehicles, and I think this grant, the kind of council already authorized us to purchase those vehicles. And so hopefully that will comply us with that requirement, state requirements. A lot of federal funding is kind of on hold, but we still have funding to at least meet that requirement. So a lot of fleet replacement is depending, it has to meet criteria, age, condition, mileage per hours in some cases, repair costs, fit for purpose. So before the vehicles are replaced, that everything, all that information is in our system there at the fleet. So fleet replacement list is incorporated into every year's budget, and so that's how, and it's approved by council. Also, for any new fleet, there is a process, a separate process, but it goes through the new fleet request form, which is approved by all the departments, and at the end of the sign, also approved by city manager's office. So current status of replacement and additions. You can see that we have about 236 vehicles that are due for replacement, and so we still, things improved a little bit as far as the equipment availability, where we still have some backlog and still some challenges for getting the new equipment. Some of the equipment is 2 to 3 years. It takes 2 to 3 years to get a piece of equipment. So other challenges with the fleet, as I mentioned, delivery time is long wait there, and in some cases it's years, not months. So for 25-26 replacement, 240 vehicles due for replacement, and that will be part of our budget process. Be happy to answer any questions on Public Works and or fleet.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee members? Councilmember Wright.
Thank you. Thank you for your report. I have several questions. On your forestry, the $14.8 million, and we have 43 employees. Does that 14.8 include the cost for the contractors that we hire?
Yes, sir.
And how many contractors do we have that are working on our forestry right now?
So we have 1, 2, I would say 3 contractors.
3
that
contractors?
we will work with Rumble, 3 contractors.
Okay, great. And I noticed that in 2023, we removed 1,579 trees, but in 2024, we only removed 705 trees. So does that mean that we pretty well have all the dead trees removed, or do we have more dead trees out there to remove? And why is we've only removed half as much in 2024 compared to 2023?
So what happened was when we started in 2022, there was huge backlog. So now we're kind of caught up on the backlog. That's why we only removed half of the trees. I think for us, it's dream come true that now trees, what we got left is, generally speaking, healthier trees now. They don't need to be removed.
Okay, I know in my my old district, now in Councilmember Barrow's district, there are some old trees that are dead and been dead for several years and are still there. And I'm just wondering, we still have a list of dead trees that we need to get rid of, or we think we're all caught up?
There will be more dead trees as we go through as they age, but the one that are on our list that are on removal, but there may be others that we don't know, that we just need to know.
Okay. And then on the pruning, it's great to see that we're doing about over 12,000 pruning a year. When do you think we'll be caught up on our pruning of our trees, or 80,000 trees?
I think in the next 2 years, our goal is the next couple of years. In other words, you probably have gone through most of the trees. It's a 7-year cycle if we go, so it's a 7 year, and every 7 years you start over. So that means your pruning is a little bit more orderly and trees are growing orderly, but that's an ongoing cycle.
Okay. And then on the traffic light replacement, I noticed on 17th and I, we just replaced the traffic lights there. And why was those replaced?
Some of those were being replaced because the poles and everything was older standard. So they did not meet the current standards, and sometimes they are not, the wind could knock them down. So and some of them, sometimes the arms don't extend the way they should be. And also with the replacement of that, we do curvature and sidewalk. So those were older standards. We still have a lot of older standards.
Yeah, it just seems like to me that the traffic light's working great, and all of a sudden we're spending money to replace something that, to me, seems like it's working. So, yeah, I just have a hard time understanding that. And also, too, I know that we have several areas where our red lights have a delay. So when a green light turns red, there's a 3 or 4 second delay before the other light turns green. Have we, is that working to eliminate or reduce the accidents in those streets? Do we have any kind of data on that?
There are several studies. That's why we implemented that. So that's in downtown areas, you have the PLT, as we call the pedestrian lead time. So that means pedestrians get 3 seconds extra to go into streets, so vehicles can see them before they turn. So they're lesser complex. So there are studies that they do reduce accidents.
So that, we do have some studies showing that accidents have been reduced because of that?
We haven't done any study on our signals, but there are nationwide, there are several studies done.
I think that's a good thing, because it does make sure that all the traffic is stopped both ways before everything starts pointing. Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Wright. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. A couple of questions. Number one, on the tree removals, how, I didn't see any mention of tree replacement. Are we actively replacing trees that we're removing? And how many are we doing a year?
Yeah, sorry, so we had state grant with that. I think we replaced 225 trees. With the state grant, we replaced 225 trees, and also we have $1 million from Measure H for reforestation for College area and La Loma area.
Okay, thank you. With regards to your fleet breakdown, we have over 1,300 vehicles. My question is, you mentioned some of your challenges. My question would be are they fully staffed? Do you have fully staffed individuals who are servicing, or is that another challenge that you have with your fleet department?
So some of the trades, including engineers and mechanics, when a huge challenge, then we always have openings for mechanics. That's always ongoing area. And with, I think, the parts shortage and a lot of vehicle shortage, so a lot of folks were holding on to their older vehicles, and they were going to mechanics more. And most of the time you go to outside shop, you work there, you get paid more. So that's the challenge we went through, but now we're getting a lot more applicants. So hopefully we are hopefully at some point we will be close to fully staffed. But also we contract out some work, transmission, engine work, body work, and some of the work we do outsource also.
Okay, thank you. Can you give us an update on the haulers service agreement negotiations?
Yes, we in coming weeks we will be meeting with haulers, and the consultants when working with the staff and haulers and to draft agreement, and the draft is already, we have the draft, and that's being reviewed by the city, and then it will go to haulers. Our goal is to have agreement finalized by October this year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. Your department has an immense amount of equipment and overall assets. And with age and depreciation, what is our process for exiting out for replacing the equipment and just assets. For example, I know some government entities have auctions where they sell equipment to the general public, and they bring in some level of revenue through that. What do we do in our fleet and through our other asset inventory that you have in your department? How do we exit out once they age out and once they reach a life of depreciation that no longer provide us any use?
We do have a process for surplusing vehicles that goes on public auction, working with our finance department. We do go through public auction process and surplus those vehicles. And recently, some of those vehicles, maybe patrol vehicles that are being replaced, we are actually repurposing and assigning to different staff after we paint it. So that we don't have to buy a $60,000 pickup. We just pay $2,000 to repaint that vehicle and repurpose. But to answer your question, we have surplus process that we go through ongoing basis, and council approved that process and the contractor.
Does your budget include a line item that articulates what that amount is?
No, what happens is if the vehicle being surplus is from general fund, or came from PD, that money will go back to that general fund. If the vehicle replaced is from gas tax, the money will go back to gas tax.
How is that listed though on the budget, on the financial documents? How is it listed?
It is not listed on there because it's uncertain that how much money we're gonna get from the vehicle after it's replaced, and when we gonna get the vehicle, when we're gonna go through surplus process.
I'm not quite sure I understand that. And is your fleet the only thing that is an asset that is depreciated and that we at some point replace and remove, or do you have other equipment where we do that?
The fleet is one of the more movable equipment that depreciates, and of course your structures, buildings, and other facilities also depreciate.
Okay, thank you very much. If there's no further questions from the committee, I'll ask the mayor and Councilmember Ricky if you have any questions.
I have a few questions.
Please.
In terms of the airport situation, I'm hopeful that we keep pushing, in that direction. I know that I was seeing that Merced is just built out, a whole new part of their airport. Stockton's building their airport. Modesto in Stanislaus County is, almost 1 million people, and we should have that kind of infrastructure. So I'm hopeful that we can start to catch up because our neighbors certainly are. Talking about blight abatement, how do you report, what is our strategy for people to report, blight abatement to our blight abatement team?
There are several ways they can report. Of course, Modesto is one of the primary methods to replace, and also they can call directly to solid waste or email directly to solid waste also.
So is there a hotline?
There is a general solid waste number that's answered.
So it seems like there should be like a hotline that we can put on the New Mo Beautiful website that's just like, 555 trash or something,
I have called the general line and it is responded to and answered by a human being. It's wonderful.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Is the average person gonna know, like, hey, I need to call the solid waste general line?
Is that made
I kinda
available
don't think so.
to the public?
It is on our website. It's public. All the documents we print is on there. But the suggestion
There's
is
a
valid.
disconnect between like an average person and understanding that this is where you need to get to. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, your suggestion is valid. We will look into it.
Okay. And then in terms of trees, I'm very pleased with the progress we're making. We've been making great strides over the past 4 years in forestry, and you can see it in the reactions we're getting from residents. The input I'm getting from the public it's like night and day compared to when I started. So that's like a tribute to the hard work of your department.
Thank you.
But the the new, you know, and every time you solve a problem, there's a new problem. That's just how things work. People are wondering like what the plan is for replanting trees. And I know we have a plan, but it looks like it's just like, to me anyway, from my perspective, it's definitely not up to the task of replacing what we've pulled out. I think we've been pulling out about 1,000 trees a year for the past 4 years. Our current replanting plan is 200 a year or in that neighborhood. And I'm not even sure if we're planting that many, frankly. So my question is, what's the plan to actually get these trees in the ground?
So several things are moving in parallel. Number one, we're updating the tree ordinance. That must do that too. The second thing is a lot of this stump removal is happening because tree can't be planted if the old stump is still there. So once we're caught up on that, I think the next, obviously a few months or so, we will have better opportunity to plant more trees because now you are not spending a lot more on stump removal, tree removals. So the funding council can channel that funding towards tree planting then. And plus you will have a lot of vacant spots because the stumps been removed, the site is ready.
Right. The problem is that you budgeted for 200 trees, and that's not enough. It doesn't. The math doesn't math. So, what is your solution to the mathing?
For this year, for the coming year, we budgeted for that. We asked for that money. If there is additional funding available, we're definitely going to plant more.
Okay. I mean, I'd like to see more concrete goals. You know, and my concern is that there doesn't seem to be a lot of intensity in terms of replacing our urban canopy, which is critical to public health. You know, so I just hope that we're thinking about that.
No problem. We'll discuss.
Okay. On to roads. Roads is I'm again overall super pleased with how we're doing with roads. You can see the improvement in Modesto over the last 5 or 7 years. How much better the roads are getting. And that's, again, a tribute to the people in your department who work so hard every day. I think we still have some ways to go, so I have a few questions. One of the questions I have is, we rely heavily on slurry seal. And I think slurry seal is a great solution. It does a lot of great stuff. But some people think that chip seal is a really good solution. Can you explain to me why the city uses slurry seal versus chip seal?
We do both. It's my department is more operations and maintenance. We do mostly slurry seal, which is preservation. It preserves the road for next 5-7 years. And Toby's department, using Measure L funds, other state and federal funds, either they reconstruct the roads or chip seal and other areas. So they are more kind of reconstruction, the capital projects team. So we're maintenance team. Our goal is to preserve all our streets and assets. So Toby's team does that. Measure L mostly goes towards that.
But chip seal is actually less expensive than slurry seal.
We can look into costs again.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what in terms of costs, chip seal is less expensive than slurry seal, but there must be an argument as to why you use slurry over chip, because chip is more durable, but again, I just don't understand. So I need someone to tell me why we're doing what we're doing.
It depends upon the surface that we're treating. If there are a lot of cracks there, I think slurry is the best way to go because you want to fill the cracks with it too. And definitely we can provide you information on a comparison on chip seal versus slurry seal.
Yeah, because some of the feedback I'm getting, and again, this is all, how people perceive the roads is important. I understand that the intent of slurry seal is to preserve the roads for as long as possible so that we don't have to replace the roads, because replacing the roads is 10x what it is to seal the roads. And we don't have that kind of money, and we never will. Right? But people say, it looks great for about 6 months and then it looks exactly as it used to look. Even though that seal has done its job and it's going to preserve that road for another 5 years. What is the city's answer to that observation from residents?
So our data shows that after we slurried, most of those streets are good for 5 to 7 years as expected. We go out and take a look at it, and it does its job as expected, 5 to 7 years.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you. Councilmember Ricky. Mayor?
All right, my question, one of the priorities is about improving traffic signal flow. So you mentioned the installation of fiber for traffic signals on GH, Claus, Sisk, and Scenic. That kind of covers everybody's districts. Would you please explain what that will do, what the public benefit of that, what that fiber will do and what the benefit is to the public?
So one of the goal for signals communicate with each other. So the software this signal tells next signal I'm sending 15 cars. Get ready. So it's signal coordination is the key to flow the traffic. We don't want to stop the traffic. We want to keep it flowing. That's one of the things. Number two is communicate with our traffic management center. So that we can see what's going on at each intersection there, and you can diagnose as the things happen, and if complaint comes in, you can still review from here and hopefully diagnose. The other purpose, once you have your fiber installed, PD cameras can be there too. So a lot of that safety equipment could be there also.
All right, so it's using technology. Is there evidence that this helps with traffic, not just flow, but safety? And we typically don't call them accidents anymore. They're called crashes. Because they're not accidents. There's ways to prevent them by either behavior or technology. So is this part of that process that will decrease crashes in the future and save lives?
That's what expectation is, as the traffic flows improves. So then, hopefully the traffic keeps moving, then there are less left line, red light runners and so on, because other technology, 2-second delay be implemented on the signals. So all that goes together.
Okay, so this fiber, those are major streets. Is the goal to have that throughout more streets in the future?
Throughout the city.
Okay, throughout the entire city. And about, can you gauge like where we're at so far, percentage-wise, with the ultimate goal?
I think with these new projects that we have in the pipeline, that will be completed next 2 to 3 years, I would say our major corridors will be caught up.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor, for the questions. One of your goals, Goal D, is to complete feasibility study for airport growth opportunities. When do you think that might be complete?
That we're actively engaged with the consultant, and so we're finalizing the scope. After the scope is finalized, I would say by about 12 to 18 months. I would say 9 to 12 months rather than 12 to 18 months for the completion. So hopefully if we can start June, July, council approves it, then you can see by towards early next year, first quarter.
Great, thank you. At this point, I have no speaker card, so I'll open it up to the public. Is there anyone in the public that wishes to come forth and ask any questions or make any comments on this agenda item? Seeing none, I will close public comment and bring it back for the committee for any final comments. I do want to say, Bill, you have a ginormous department and immense responsibilities and quite a bit of personnel. Thank you for the various projects that really make an impactful difference in our community. The bulky item pickup program has been wonderful. The Safe Streets program, doing great work. The forestry work, you continue to really be impactful in that regard. These are just 3 of the many, many programs that you have that I think directly, positively impact our community for the better. So thank you for you and your team for doing all that.
Thank you.
Actually, I have a comment.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Wright.
Yeah, and also too, Bill, I want to thank the forestry department. They really do a great job. When there's a problem, a tree is down during the wintertime, storms, they're out there. I think Councilmember Bavero mentioned last year that it's pouring down rain and they're out there cutting the tree out of the road, and they just really work hard, and my hat's off to them. And forestry department, I know we get a lot of complaints because, of trees not being trimmed or whatever, but I know they're working hard and doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like to echo, again, Councilman Ricky's comments on replacing trees. We're removing about 1,000 trees a year and only about 200 replacement. The math doesn't add up, and it's really critical for our health, for the city, that we pick up our game on that and be a little more aggressive. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor?
My only comment is that does your department have the largest number of staff members?
I think we got the good number, but I think PD and utilities also are very
Okay.
comfortable.
Well, my comment is that you and our staff members are our eyes out in the community and on the streets and seeing what's happening. So you're critical to our public safety. It's interesting to me how every department would seem uniquely responsible for maybe one certain area, but it's all tied together regarding quality of life issues in our city. And I'm just grateful for the progress that we're making. I know that technology plays a huge role in, as I mentioned, traffic crashes, and this work will literally save lives. We always ask, well, what's been the benefit, or quantify what we get out of this. But I always look at it as, what if we didn't do it? What if we hadn't done this at this certain intersection? How many people potentially could have died at that intersection also? So I look at this as very forward-thinking work. And yes, I'll hop right on with the need to replace trees. I've grown up for 70 years in the College Avenue neighborhood, and we love our trees. They provide shade. They're just a great asset to our community. So it would be great to, we ultimately make the decision, but we would love to see that happen too. So I would too.
Thank you.
Thank
Mayor.
you.
Appreciate it. So one quick comment on tree replacing. When we send out the cards to replace the tree, plant the tree, if we send 100, we're only getting few of them, less than single digits response that I want the tree. That's one of the challenge we're having moving forward. We have to work with our residents also.
All right. That's good to know.
Thank you, Mayor.
I have a follow-up question on that.
I think, okay.
So we're only replacing trees when somebody requests it?
That's one way to do it, but in this case, effort for college area and La Loma is bigger. We want to replace multiple trees because we don't want to plant one tree here, 5 miles from there, 3 miles, because then we will be watering from one tree to other tree to water the trees. We want more clusters of trees. That's more beneficial for us.
It would seem to me, if I had a tree removed, a city tree, that the city wouldn't come and ask me if I wanted to replace it. I would think that the city would just replace it.
I don't think it works like that, because I have neighbors that are very particular about what trees they want planted.
Huh.
And we have, a lot of discussions, and it's not
That's
just
maybe
as
a
simple.
topic later on,
Yeah.
but
Thank you, Vice
Okay,
Mayor.
thank you.
Councilmember Ricky.
Yeah, I agree. It sounds like there's a lot more to this, and that, I don't know, it sounds like we're not executing very well on this. So,
I think a lot of this comes down to us updating our tree ordinance. That will help solve a lot of the angst and consternation that you guys are expressing.
you know what, that kind of finishes the whole conversation off. But, yeah, I guess we'll wait for the tree ordinance, and then we can blow off steam.
And I think also too, when you do remove a stump, that's in the ground, you have to wait so long in order to plant a new tree because the stump is deteriorating, and if you try to plant a new tree right where an old tree came right out, too soon, the new tree's not going to take off, it's going to die. So there is some time period there that you have to wait in order to plant a new tree.
This is way more complicated than I thought, so.
We love our trees.
Okay, we do love our
We
trees.
love our
Thank you,
trees.
Bill, for that presentation. That was wonderful.
I think,
Appreciate
I
it.
think our chair is done with this topic.
Okay, the time is 10:24. Do you agree maybe we'll take a 10-minute break? We'll return at 10:34. Thank you very much.
Conversation is
Email us or
Yeah,
text us?
yeah, so just be,
Who's going to do that?
I don't know. Yeah, Edith.
I don't know.
I'll show it to you then. All right, let's go ahead. Now, time being 10:36, we will resume our presentations. The next department up was Human Resources. Hello, Ms. Christina, welcome.
Good morning, committee members and council members. Christina Alger, Director of Human Resources. All right, so we'll start with just a general overview of the Human Resources Department. These are the functions that Human Resources oversees. And so you'll see that I do have color coding as we move through our presentation. Those that are dark red are general fund, and those that are kind of a light, more pinkish are what we call internal service funds related buckets. And so you can see we have the employee life cycle from hiring to retirement, employee benefits that we cover, employee relations, so that's anything to do with labor relations, union negotiations, grievances and such, organizational development, and our risk management division, which covers general liability, workers' comp, and other items. So the org chart, as you see here, again, color-coded the same. And so you'll see that our benefits division in light pink there is a department of 2 or a division of 2. Our risk division is a division of 5. And then everybody else is in the general fund except for one human resources assistant. Council authorized us to add this human resources assistant under Measure H. So this is an overview of our staff by allocation. So you can see 60% of human resources is under the general fund bucket, and we have about 25% under risk, 10% benefits, and then 5% Measure H. So this is a historical view of our staffing in our department, and as you can see, we are 20 strong right now. So our priorities and goals, I was very picky about what I wanted to bring to council. We have lots of goals and priorities in the HR department, obviously, but I wanted to pick some big ones that I think are important for you to know that we're working on. So the first one, and this is tied directly to the strategic plan, general liability. And so looking at best practices and educating employees on prevention to reduce loss in general liability, to reduce those costs in that area. The second one is policy update, and this one we've been working on diligently for the last few years. We have several policies within the City of Modesto, and so we want to continue to update those policies, eliminate irrelevant policies, and ensure that we're complying with all laws and regulations. The next one is paperless, and so this has been a goal of the HR department. We want to really focus on this coming year. We have moved a lot of our forms and processes electronic over the last year or two. The next kind of feat that we would like to tackle is employee personnel files. So those right now currently are still full paper, and we want to move those electronic. It's easier for file management and be able to retrieve files. They also take up a lot of space on the second floor. The next one is ADA. So ADA is in our risk division, and so we adopted a new software platform for ADA transition plan. And right now what we're doing is we're working with the vendor on finalizing API, which is application programming interface between the software program for ADA and our work order system, Lucity. And so by doing that, what we will do is we will capture a lot of the work that streets and sidewalks do day in and day out that do fall under ADA, but we are not right now capturing that. So that'll help with efficiencies in that area. And then finally, an employee survey. So we did an employee survey last year in March, and so we would like to do another one next year in March, so that'll be 2 years in between. We've been diligently working with the departments on the data that we received from the last employee engagement survey, and so hoping to do another one and see the progress that we've made. So the next one is revenues and expenditures, and so this is for the HR Administration Division. Again, this is the general fund bucket of my department. And so we are not a revenue generating department. So you'll see a very minimal amount of revenues in here. These revenues come from direct charges to other departments, and so we have other departments who agree to help fund some of the positions that we have within HR. And so our revenue comes from those direct charge agreements. So the impact of Measure H on the department, so as I mentioned, we have one position that came from the Measure H fund. It is a human resources assistant. This person is stationed up front at our front desk. She adds to the front desk staffing. She also supports the organizational development area of our department. And so with that increased staffing, we're able to increase customer service at the front desk. We're also able to better manage and disseminate training throughout the organization to other staff members, which also has a ripple effect throughout the organization in terms of customer service. So we're going to go ahead and move on to my internal service fund areas, so ISF. We have workers' compensation, general liability, and employee benefits. So our division overview, so the risk management division covers workers' compensation, general liability, workplace safety, insurance coverage for both the City of Modesto's coverages as well as vendor coverages, so required coverage that vendors have to have that contract with us, and also return to work. In our employee benefits fund, we manage everything employee benefits related. Some topics up here are like health insurance, wellness program, our PERS, deferred compensation, life insurance, and there are multiple other benefits that we manage through that division. So we're going to start with our risk side of the house and workers' compensation, general liability financials. This chart depicts our risk administration expenses, and so this is the staffing and budget that we use to manage the program. And so this again is, we have 5 staff members in this area, a manager, and 4 members that report to that manager. And so you can see kind of like a little bit of historical here and some projected in this area. And so just of note, so this fund does have a kind of a large discretionary fund. And so I just wanted to kind of point out a few things that come out of that discretionary fund. So training expenses for safety. So our safety division, or our safety team lives in this division, and they disseminate safety training throughout the organization to all the other departments. And so we do have a rather large safety budget for that. We also have professional services which cover things like the ADA software platform, our DOT program, and those types of things. So we're going to go into the actual funds, the workers' comp and general liability funds. This is kind of an overview just to kind of show you what percentages and how we fund the programs. And so basically what happens is we have 1% of overall payroll. Everybody, all the departments pay in 1%. And then we actually use the extra 99%, or the other 99% is based off of actual losses. And so it's utilization rate. We look at a 5-year look back, and we do an average over those 5 years, and then we charge out to the departments through ISF model to collect those funds to fund both of these programs. And so for workers' compensation, general liability is the bigger user of workers' compensation, and mainly it's because police and fire, and the nature of their duties, that they just happen to get injured a lot more often than other employees. General liability is more split half and half, is based between general fund and other funds. So this is an overview of the workers' compensation financials. So as you can see at the top, we have our, what we call our reserve, and so almost $10 million in reserve there. We also have our discounted outstanding liabilities, and so we do an actuarial every year in August, and so this was last year's actuarial. It runs about a year in arrears, and shows us what our outstanding liabilities are. Then below that, you'll see, kind of the things that come out of that. So we have claims payments that we pay. We also have a TPA, a third-party administrator, that we pay to help manage our claims. We have excess insurance, and so under our workers' comp program, we are self-insured up to $750,000, and then we have layers of insurance that we purchase beyond that to cover any outstanding exposures. One thing to note is that we did do a little bit of an adjustment to the fund here. So we did do a 9% reduction in our ISF, and this was just to balance out the fund. This shows a historical of the fund itself. So you can see revenues and expenses over the years, also what's proposed and projected, and what that running fund balance looks like going forward. Next is our general liability. And so general liability, we have a very light reserve in this particular fund, and mainly due to the fact that we've had just a lot of larger claims that have come in over the last few years, mainly because when COVID hit, courts and things just kind of stopped for a while, and then when they all started back up, we had a flurry of cases. And so we only have about $500,000 in this fund. We are projecting to collect about $10 million, and hopefully what we can do through this, again, through education of staff and looking at best practices, trying to reduce our liabilities so that maybe we can start to build that reserve fund back up. And this just shows a little bit of historical of the fund. So these are revenues and expenses, and also that running balance. Okay, so the next bucket that I'm going to go through is employee benefits financials. And so this is the graph that shows you the administration of that particular program. And so this again is staff and discretionary funds to help manage the program itself. I will note that there is a large discretionary fund in this bucket as well. So we do manage our legal expenses for things like when we want to do policy updates and we need legal review, if we have union things that we need to deal with and we get legal advice. We do utilize this fund to pay for those legal expenses. We also, do an actuarial for PERS occasionally. We have our hiring software, a lot of it in this bucket as well. And then just of note, so some of the direct charges that we have for the HR administration are charged to this fund. So this fund actually pays for a portion of the HR director and also HR manager for our oversight of that program. So this is showing you kind of the methodology behind how we fund this particular program. And so for the administration side, we basically figure out how much it's going to cost us to fund that. And then we have a cost per employee that we charge out to the departments. And then for the other EBF fund, which I'll show you shortly, it's a cost, based off of the union that they belong to. So this particular slide shows the bigger bucket of employee benefits fund, and so this is the one that's charged out by union. So you can see the chart on the left-hand side, and it shows you the percentages. So basically each union has a different level of benefits, and so we do a calculation through an actuarial to determine what percentage should be held by each of these bargaining units. And then we utilize these numbers to charge out to the departments to collect the funds to run this program. And so you'll see things that are in this program, cash out for vacation. So if you leave the city, obviously we have to cash out any leftover vacation. We have a cash out for sick leave. This is a program that's an older program that we have still, and some people still have the ability to do that. Cash out for holiday CTO and CTO, and again, we have some benefits where employees can choose to cash out some of these buckets throughout the year, but they are also required to be cashed out upon resignation or retirement. We have management leave as well, and then you'll see sick leave conversion at the bottom is the largest number, And so the city has been moving towards getting rid of the sick leave conversion program. It changed in 2011. We bargained with the unions. It used to be that, you know, sick leave when you retire from the city would be worth an amount of money towards health benefits going forward in your retirement. We changed that program and those benefits, and so we only have people who have what we call grandfathered sick leave that are still eligible and still have a balance of that. But as we go through attrition and retirement, that number goes down every year. So this is the Employee Benefits Administration. So again, this is where the employees live and the buckets that we use to manage the program. You can see salary benefits, professional services, as I mentioned earlier, the direct charges, and those types of things. You'll also notice that our Employee Appreciation Milestone Program is in here as well, and the legal fees that I mentioned earlier. So this is an overall picture of the fund, and so as you can see, it has a very, very healthy reserve of almost $7 million. And so we chose to right-size this fund. There's no requirement to have a lot of funds in this particular bucket, and so we're giving some of this money back to the departments this year. And so you can see we did about a 38% decrease in what we were going to collect, and what we will do is if we spend the money, we will draw it from our reserves to draw that reserve down. So this just gives you that graph that kind of shows the historical of what the revenues and expenses have looked like. You can see that we do have a trend of, you know, not needing as much as we've collected over the last couple of years. And so hopefully that will be the case again this year and next year. And so that fund balance will remain healthy for the most part. So the next thing I want to cover is CalPERS and our trust accounts. So this first slide really goes over CalPERS, and so the unfunded accrued liability. This shows the return rates that CalPERS have seen over the years, and so just a little bit of what you're looking at here. That red line that you see is what we call the discount rate. And so CalPERS sets a discount rate, and that's kind of like that target rate that they hope to get at the market. And then if you shoot over or you shoot under, then that's what kind of shifts our unfunded accrued liability balance, right? We have a good year, balance goes down. We have a not so good year, balance can go up. And so this balance goes up and down quite a bit, and which I will show you in just a minute. You will notice that the 2024 is 9.3%. We haven't seen that yet. CalPERS will do their actuarial and send us our reports in August or September, and they're at 1 year in arrears. And so the numbers that you see right now are as of last year, June. So this is what our unfunded accrued liability looks like as of June of last year. Actually 2023, we'll get 2024 later this year. So the pie chart shows you kind of what those splits are. So you have miscellaneous. We have two contracts, a miscellaneous contract and a safety contract. Miscellaneous is the dark red piece of the pie at about 177 million or billion. And then safety to 274 million. And so together, they create our unfunded accrued liability, which the city is required to pay payments on. So I do give a little bit of history of the last few years, just so that you can see that fluctuation between, you'll see 2020, we kind of were up higher. We went down in 2021 because we had a really good market year that year. Went back up the last year, and then this year just up slightly because the market was kind of stable those 2 years. But as you can see, so with safety, 98% of that comes from general fund. For miscellaneous, it's only 31% that comes from general fund, and the rest of it is non-general fund. So the next couple of graphs are just kind of give you an idea of what our payments are going to be looking like over the next several years. So this is the overall payment. And so our peak year is 2030, 2031. That's where we're planning to see our highest payment. And during that year, it's estimated right now to be about $47 million. And this is between both funds. This chart kind of gives you a split between safety and miscellaneous, safety being in the blue. And so safety takes up about 60% of that payment, and miscellaneous about 40% of that payment that year. Then you see as we peak, and then we'll start to go down on the other side, we'll start to see that payment go away. It'll be nice to see it go down. This chart just kind of shows you the percentage of funding, and so our overall liability, what percent of that is funded. And so most recent numbers for our miscellaneous, we were 69.2% funded, which means we are about 30% plus a little bit. And the unfunded liability and then safety, we're funded 64.2% right now. And then the last slide that I have for you today is on our trust. And so we came to council in 2022 in January, and we asked to establish 2 Section 15 trust accounts. One was for OPEB, which is our other employee benefits, so after retirement benefits, and the other one was for pension. And so at that time when we came to council, we had a proposed amount of monies that we wanted to deposit into those funds. And so you can see in the graph our initial deposits in each one of these accounts. I also have a little snapshot of our current balance right now and the net increase that we've had for those funds. Now for OPEB, it's just good practice to have some money put away in a trust fund. It's better. It puts the city in a better financial position if we have a trust account established. For the pension, however, the purpose for that was to put money in there so that we could pull it out during those peak years. And so I mentioned those peak years a minute ago. Ideally, that's what that pension trust is for, is to give us something that we can draw down on during those peak years, make it a little less painful to make those payments. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
I do have a question.
Please.
Yeah. So on that last slide there on the trust fund, what's the percentage rate are we earning on that?
I don't have that with me, but I can come back with that, absolutely. We do get a monthly statement every month, and I can get you what we've got recently and then probably pull an overall return rate on that since inception.
How's that being managed? Who manages that?
So it's through our PARS account, so Public Agency Retirement System. We utilize them. We've been utilizing them for probably about 30 years for our part-timers because we don't participate in Social Security. We have to have some fund for them to put into. And so we've been utilizing this company for that. We did an RFP for the trust accounts, and they actually were the ones we chose. So they manage those funds for us.
Do we have any restraints on where they can actually invest that money?
Yeah, so we do control the investments, and so we do meet with them regularly and go over the investments, and we can make decisions. And that's a partnership between HR and the finance department.
Okay, so when I'm thinking about, sometimes the state does not want to invest in certain industries because whatever.
Right.
I'm hoping that we take a second look at that and say, well, maybe some of those industries we need to be invested in because they are getting some better returns. And that was sort of what I was asking. And we are doing that.
So PARS it's not a state funded program. It is a private organization, but they just happen to work with public agencies. But it's just like a 457 or 401. It works the same way. You can choose your investments.
Great. Thank you.
Do you have any questions, Vice Mayor? No?
Pull your mic down, please.
Yesterday, I thought I heard, did our workers' comp rate go down? Or was there a reduction in our premium?
So there wasn't a reduction. It's just that we have a 9% discount that Christina went over, that we're discounting the funds that they're being charged for their workers' comp.
Okay.
And it's just kind of that return of the reserves like we're doing with the EBF fund.
Got it. Thank you.
When looking at the historical and projected UAL payments, from where we are today to where we will be in 2030-31, there's a difference of $17 million. Big, scary. You also reference the net increase in OPEB and pension trust, and that we could draw from that. These two, the 361,000 and the 712 million doesn't even compare to the 17 million. How?
But we're only growing.
Oh, we're only growing that. So, okay, so our current balance is in the million, but it doesn't even come close to 17 million. So what do we plan on making, on not crashing in 2030?
Yeah, so one of our financial policies is that any unrestricted carryover, there is a portion of that goes into the trust.
Okay.
In order to make those future payments. We will never be able to make up that amount of money. But a lot of that is worst case scenario if CalPERS isn't meeting their rate of return, or that's actually just meeting their rate of return. They could have better years and they could have worse years, so those numbers can change. But the thought was we would never make up that money. We just want to be able to chop off that peak so that we can use the monies like in 2030. We would start drawing down those funds just to at least give us some level of comfort in making those payments.
Yeah, and it is a moving target, right? So as Joe mentioned, every year is a different market year, and those numbers get recalculated for those payments every single year. So we'll get another report in September. It will be as of June 2024. They had a good return year, 9.3%. So it will lower those payments, and then who knows what happens this year or next year, right? So it's a moving target.
So to wait and see as the date we get closer, we'll get more clarity on what actually that looks like, and like Joe said, our best effort will be to smooth out the peak and make it more manageable for us.
Right, and we do have, agreements with employee organizations too, so both MPOA and MCFFA, they do pay payments towards what we call additional discretionary payments, or ADPs. And so those aren't part of necessarily these numbers, but what we're doing is we send those extra payments in. It's kind of like your house payment, right? You send extra payments in, and then it lowers your liability and hopefully saves interest in the long run as well, because we are being charged interest by CalPERS on the unfunded accrued liability. So by making those additional discretionary payments, that does save the city some money, and so hopefully that helps make a dent in it before we hit that peak as well.
Good. Thank you. Mayor, do you have any questions?
I do. Regarding ADA on the priorities.
Sure.
Finalize software API and update transition plan. What does that mean?
Sure. So, as a public agency, we under ADA, specifically Title II, we are required to have what we call a transition plan. And so what that transition plan is it's how the city is going to continue its efforts in removing barriers. Barriers can be things like, sidewalk issues. They can be things like website access, access to services that we provide to the community. And so anything that's disability related, we have to focus on continuing to better ourselves so that we can lower those barriers or remove those barriers for people to have access. And so the transition plan, what it does is we go out and we assess, facilities, programs, rights of ways, and we determine if it's compliant or non-compliant. And if it's not, then we add that to our transition plan, and we slowly work on, rectifying those issues. And so it's a circular, ongoing, forever thing, right? It'll never be done. But we're required to have a transition plan and show that we're making our efforts to remove those barriers.
Okay, who requires that?
It's the ADA. It's the federal law.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you see with the current administration any change with that since it's federal?
Yeah, I have not seen anything in terms of disability. Can't be for sure that nothing will happen, but I haven't seen anything related to disability. I don't anticipate anything changing there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Hearing no more questions, and now we will open it up to the public. I have no speaker cards, Any member of the public wishing to come forward at this time? Seeing none, I will close public comment and bring it back to the committee for any closing comments. Councilmember Wright?
No.
Vice Mayor? No. Mayor?
My only comment is I feel like sometimes when we have these meetings, it's referring to positions and graphs and blocks of items on paper, but it's people. And you're responsible through HR for the people of this city that work here every single day and make all of this happen. So thank you very much for overseeing that, for your demeanor, for your professionalism, and for helping to guide us through this process. Appreciate it. And I appreciate every one of them and their work and their efforts. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mayor. Thank you, Christina, for that presentation. Next on the agenda is Risk Management and Benefits Division. Oh, we did that already? Okay, so next, thank you, David, for yelling at me. Next on the agenda is Information Technology Department.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair, committee members, and also city leaders. My name is Damian Booker. I'm the IT Director for the city. So we're going to do department overview first. The IT department is divided into 3 columns. One is the business applications, which are all systems that support finance, human services, and also any other functional area within the City of Modesto. Also any public-facing initiatives like websites and GIS and Go Modesto. Next, we have administrative portion, which we manage budget, training, audits, procurement, and also citywide cell phone administration. And then final, we have the network and data center, which falls with data, cybersecurity, data network, telephone systems, SCADA, and all infrastructure and help desk requirements. So going into the org chart of the department staffing, we have about 39 individuals as a part of the division. That division is divided into 3 columns. One is public safety, dedicated to fire and PD. We have one person that's under Measure H that's leading that division. Then we have business applications, and we have one individual under business applications in the GIS group that's under Measure H. And then for infrastructure, we have about 14 individuals, and then also separate will be cybersecurity. So when it comes to staffing history, we are now at about 39 individuals, like I said before. But as you look going forward, we have actually separated a dedicated group for public safety. And as you all saw in the previous presentations, public safety is very dynamic. We have a large number of high demand when it comes to walk-ups versus just ticketing. And we're trying to accommodate for that because, as we know, with public safety, time is of the essence. Every second counts. So now we're going to go into the revenue and expenditures of the department. Right off the bat, you'll see with the IT department, we have a bit of a flip. Initially, revenues were higher than expenses. That had to do with essentially open positions. And then with the open positions, we weren't able to properly address needs when it comes to hardware, server replacement, PC replacement, and so forth. And then also, there's timing when it comes to payments to vendors. So sometimes a vendor's timing of payment is for the current fiscal year, maybe in the future fiscal year. So sometimes there's a little bit of extra cash in our reserves. There's now a flip. So what we're doing is we're filling those open positions. We're addressing that hardware that needs to be replaced. That includes servers, PCs, and I'll go into a little bit of detail in future slides about that. We're also introducing and preparing for new technologies that are currently here, like artificial intelligence, and data management, and security. So diving deeper into our budget, we're looking at the education government and government on top. That is really the funding for Final Cut. They're responsible for the video here. We have an agreement with the county where we split the cost. Right now, that agreement will expire 26-27. We are in negotiations with that. As for future PEG fund investment, IT's not looking at that as of yet. We have so many other things baking in the oven. We're trying to make sure we manage what we have. Then when it comes to replacement, you'll see in the fiscal year 21-22, it was a large number. That's because we took all our ISF funding and put it into one bucket and we split it out accordingly throughout the year. What we've done now is we're proactively splitting it out early so we can better have oversight of the spend and cost. So that's why you see a big delta there. Now going into the next area, which is infrastructure. This is where that flip kicks in, and we essentially we're looking at a replacement of PCs over the next 2 years, about $1.4 million. Right now, our PCs are reaching the age of 6 years. Some of you have experienced some PC performance issues. Also, servers we're looking to replace a series of servers within our infrastructure, and also Microsoft has increased their license costs for us, $200,000 over 1 year. So I wish I could get in there and negotiate on that, but that's at the state level, so we're hoping that they can negotiate that better and we can better manage that cost. Next area, security. So we split out security. Initially, security was bundled with infrastructure, kind of hidden. We split it out now so we can manage costs and make sure we do proper investment and address any gaps or needs when it comes to security, cybersecurity, physical security, and things like that. So this is why you see that breakout there. Now, from administrative standpoint, that's the administrative group. We have a big hump there because at one point, previous years, there was an open position and some of the funding should have been allocated across other areas. We reallocated that. Also, what we did centralize the cost of training and development of our individuals for succession planning into one location. So I can have some oversight exactly who's being trained, why they're being trained, make sure it's aligned to the goals and objectives of the city, which is key as we start moving forward, especially with new technologies. So the next area, business applications. Like I said before, we have a bit of an increase every year. One of the things I want to do here to minimize this gap, AI is going to be a part of this, of course, too, but we're going to do some proactive negotiations with some of the vendors pre-year before they increase the rates, because we may have contractual bound, but I think if we proactively start talking to them early in advance, we can probably bring it down lower and then minimize our costs as we start moving forward versus reactionary. When it comes to our ERP, and I'm showing this to you, it's generally healthy, but my concern about our ERP agreement with Oracle is that it's based on operational budget, and headcount I can understand, but from operational budget standpoint, I want to see if I can negotiate some wiggle room with them, because as you can see, it's gonna just increase. And due to the fact that we're a public sector, I think they may be able to give us a little bit more leeway, and based on the nature of how our operational budget's classified, I'm hoping we can get some wiggle room with them. And then for GIS, which is the Geographic Information Systems, healthy, pretty tight, on point. There's a little bit of rise because of salaries and also license increase, but it is manageable at this point in time. And then Measure H. So Measure H, we're covering 2 head counts under this, heavily focused on public safety, and I'll go into details in the following slides. So for Measure H, we have a principal system engineer. This person essentially, Measure H, this person essentially has oversight and communications with our public safety team, and we want to make sure we align the technologies and directions to meet their needs. Like I said before, in supporting public safety, we have a series of walk-ups because of the nature of how they have to do their business, how they have to provide services to the city. And we're trying to make sure we accommodate and address that effectively. The next is we have a GIS analyst who supports public safety. This person updates the pages, the GIS pages and data, focusing on planning for access, water supply, and hazard identification. Basically an event to enhance the emergency response time efficiency. And I'll go into a little bit this next slide, which is key here. If you look at the previous years, we've had interns and temps come in and do the work. 2021, we had about 71 items closed. 2022, 2018, we had about 18 items. In 3 months for 2024, this individual we hired through Measure H closed 25 items, improved quality, next level quality, and then he's able to forecast that he's going to be able to close an additional 10 before the end of fiscal year. He actually has developed an application, won't go into the details, where he's measuring his KPIs in order to assess his performance based on the demand that's coming through in order to forecast exactly what he's able to do. So that final column for fiscal year 25-26 is his forecast of what he'll be able to close. So we have about 300 outstanding items. He'll be able to close 150 by himself. next year without the backlog increasing, which is key. So he stopped the bleeding of the backlog. He's now focusing on backlog, basically increasing the backlog, and he's addressing the demand that's coming through and then tackling the backlog at the same time, which is very helpful and very much needed for public safety. So next, we're going to go into department priorities and goals for fiscal year 25, 26, and 26, 27. So we're primarily looking at 4 columns, swim lanes. 1, cyber security enhancements, protecting critical assets and sensitive data, which is key. And then we're looking to make sure we balance security with operational advancement. That's key. We don't want to break our processes. We don't want to prevent our people from being able to do their jobs. But we want to maintain security and safety. Infrastructure improvements, again, like I said before, we're looking at advancing the smart city integration, enhancing urban systems, and then also future-proofing as we start designing. So as we plan this, we're looking at what's going to happen next in the future. So we're road mapping out when it comes to our hardware, the PCs we're bringing in, and what's that's going to look like. And then digital transition and integration. This is key. So one of the things everyone talks about AI, but before we get to AI, we need to talk about how do we make sure the data is clean and right. So we're giving the right information to the right person at the right time with the right facts. And then we can go into talking about enhancing productivity using things like artificial intelligence. And then the final column is maintaining 95% customer satisfaction, focusing on customer success, and then driving innovation, which is key. So always thinking about how can we do it better? Not it's always worked this way, let's keep it working this way. And then focus on solution-oriented approaches. So those are the key things that we're looking for there. So any questions?
Any questions from the Finance Committee? You touched a little bit on this, but what is the future for the City of Modesto and in incorporating AI into our functionality of our services?
So at this time, we have a footprint with the GIS where we use AI. Well, before, we used to have a plane. We have a plane that flies over the city, and then essentially manually map out exactly what buildings are new and what's not. We are now using AI for that, which is saving us a little bit of change, probably like $15,000 a year. Next that's coming before the leadership is a thing called Smart Search, which is AI integration into the website. I think Councilmember Wright brought up a point that it was hard to find certain information and data on the website. We have about 22,000 pages, over 3,000 documents, PDFs. This AI integration will essentially search our website and provide information in what you call generative information based on context. So it kind of understands what you're looking for, it looks for it, summarizes it, and provides a link to where you can find it on the website. We're looking to and then also enhance the website so it can do bilingual, so between Spanish and English too, with this opportunity that we're looking to bring before the leadership, probably in May, if my memory is correct. And then there's additional enhancements, which will include Go Modesto, and I want to take in what I call enhance the user experience. So when you log into our website, based on what district you're in, it focuses on what you need to know. So that's a bit of the roadmap for this fiscal year. I'm going to take it slow.
Cool, very, very
Yeah.
cool. So did I hear you say that the AI functionality that you're pursuing for our website will also be included in our Go Modesto app?
It's going to be a part of it. Go Modesto app is, we're reevaluating the roadmap and the evolution of the Go Modesto app. I'm looking to integrate it more into our website, more into our systems. There's a lot of opportunity there, but with it being a bit of a one-off, it becomes a challenge from an administrative and maintenance standpoint. So I'm actually looking to, right now, integrate the Go Modesto platform into our website. That's just my roadmap. I'm planning it out, making sure it makes sense. I know we're looking at also 311, so we're looking at how that all ties together, so we don't have too many one-offs and have to manage all of that across the board.
Look forward to getting more information on that moving forward. Earlier this year, the council approved having internet accessibility in certain public spaces. How is that going? Are we looking to expand that moving forward?
So essentially, we've paused that at this point in time. There's a number of go back to the security standpoint of things, questions that I have from a privacy, let's say, privacy and cybersecurity protection, that we're not quite there yet, where I can say that we can securely offer that type of service to the public without overextending ourselves. So at this point in time, I'm making sure that we can solidify our cybersecurity infrastructure within the city itself, within public safety, within the utilities, and then we'll start extending ourselves further out.
I believed council approved the bandwidth, there were certain buildings, I think there was 4 or 5 spaces, City Hall or Center Plaza being one of them, where individuals could access the internet for free. Did that not occur this past year?
It was in our community centers, and I think it was done last year.
Was it last year? Okay.
Because when you were speaking, I'm thinking you're talking about the entire city.
No.
Okay, sorry, apologies.
Were you here when the council approved that?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, okay. Joe, do you know how that has worked and if we plan on expanding that program?
I believe we have the Wi-Fi capability in all of our community centers at this point. So Senior Center, Maddox, I think they all have Wi-Fi access now.
Okay. If you can verify
I
that,
will.
that would be wonderful, and get back to us by the end of the finance workshop to validate the fact that all of our community centers do have that, and if not, what the game plan would be moving forward.
Will do.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Okay, any questions from the council? Go.
Yeah. So on the city's website, a couple years ago, we put a contract through to upgrade the website. Has that been executed?
That's been executed. You're talking about the facelift with the graphic design, yes.
Okay. It still feels tired and difficult to navigate to me. So I don't know if you guys are planning to do more work on it, but I just think that it just needs more, you know.
I'm not in disagreement with you. I'm working closely with Sonia and my team to take a look at a methodology that I believe in 3 clicks to get to where we need to get to. Part of the direction, again, as I stated, we're looking at the smart search AI. I'm looking to use that in order to get us where you're talking, where it's more user-friendly. For those who are not high technical aptitude, they can easily text what they think they need, and it adjusts and gives them guidance. But I am in agreement with you. I'm looking at multiple ways in order to address that.
Yeah, the navigation, it seems like we use a similar format to a lot of cities.
Yes.
Right? So it's not like we're doing anything worse than anybody else. But that being said, there's opportunity for us to be better. And I look at like our survey, for example. We did a survey of where people are getting their information from. We know the Modesto Bee is faltering. We know that they use a subscription-based model. We know that they care more about clicks than about actually getting the news out, right? We also found in our survey that the City of Modesto's website is growing in popularity in terms of a source of actual news from the source, right? And we've got a news section, which is actually got some pretty good information on it. I've been looking at it, and it's getting updated regularly. All these things are great, right? But the way they're being presented is not. It's not something that a normal person would look at and be like, oh, I should read this, right? It's not being presented in a way that you know is going to stimulate regular use, or I need to go to the city's website and see what's going on, right? I think that's an opportunity that we have, and I think it's an opportunity that we need to somehow budget or figure out how to fix within the budgets that we've got.
I'm with you. I think it's that's a part of digital strategy, partnering closely with like leadership like yourself, with Sonia, who's PR, and also with the mayor, and also with Joe.
Understood.
So it'll take some time to put the strategy together. Your feedback is heard, and then I can build towards that strategy.
That's fine, and I realize it's complicated and requires coding and God knows what else to make it
I'm
happen.
not worried about the code. It's a strategy. I think if you don't have a plan, you bleed financially and time-wise. And I want to make sure
Understood.
we have a solid plan and that there are true key performance indicators, that what we're doing has weight and value. And the part of that is making sure we're aligned to what the feedback that you all are providing and what the public's providing.
Well, it's the challenge of an organization like this that has different parts of essentially comms in multiple departments, right? So that makes it just more complicated. But I know that there's an overarching plan that the city's working on, so I just want to make sure you're part of it.
I'm there.
Okay, good. The second, along the same lines, are you still managing the public access channels?
Yes, well, under, what's it called, Final Cut.
Right. So I'm also hoping that part of that can be releasing content throughout the traditional public access channels. So just like put it in your brain and figure, I don't know, just think about it.
Yeah, I'll probably have to have a one-on-one with you. Get our hands around that one.
My final thing is, Microsoft sounds like they're squeezing us a little bit. And I realize this is probably like, a moonshot. But have we considered looking at the Google Suite? I assume it's cheaper.
I'm looking. I'll say that. I'm looking.
I know it's really hard to learn a new thing, and like everyone will probably come and burn me at the stake up here if we do this. But
what we're doing within the city, we're starting up a think tank, especially with AI being upon us, and new technologies like the Google Suite will be a part of that. Where it's just not only IT looking at this, we're going to need our partners in the room with us as we start looking at this and seeing if they can actually apply it, if it makes sense. So it is on the radar.
yeah, I mean, like I prefer the user interface on Microsoft, but you can't beat free. I mean, we'd have to pay probably as an organization for the security stuff, but
True.
I'm just saying it seems like it's less expensive. That's all I have, Chair.
Thank you.
One of your priorities upcoming was the cybersecurity enhancements, protecting critical assets and sensitive data, balancing security and operational advancement. I noticed that it looks like one employee
Okay.
with
yes,
cybersecurity.
yes.
So how does that match up with accomplishing that?
That is a perfect question. So, a little bit about my history. I spent 7 years as a cybersecurity officer in highly regulated environments. And one of the things I found that when it comes to something like that, it's a community effort. It's just not a team or a department. So moving forward this year, moving forward, a part of everyone's development and part of their job description within IT, they're responsible for security, and they're being measured against that. And that one individual essentially has oversight of them and direct contact to me. And we meet, I think, every 2 weeks, reviewing exactly what's going on. And we have an internal committee within IT to review what's going on and make sure we ensure and enforce ownership around cybersecurity.
Okay, so it sounds like
Everybody.
person in your
Yes.
department is hyper aware and
Yes.
working on that goal.
We're working on it. We're doing it.
Okay, great.
Yeah, we're
Excellent.
doing it. It's being done.
Great. Then going back to slide 19, where you talked about the GIS public safety measure H impact, I just didn't grasp. Can you give me some examples of this impressive data?
So when it comes to the graphs, or let's say the images of the landscape.
Okay, what is GIS again?
It is the geographical, sorry, you can't say it. The geographical information system.
Okay.
So basically, it allows you to see, think of Google Maps. So when you want to look at your home, you want to look at where the streets are, where buildings are, and everything else, we have that for the city, and it feeds into our public safety systems. And also
For the entire city?
For the entire
Not
city.
just city buildings?
The entire city.
Okay.
The entire city. Good question. Neighborhoods,
Okay.
businesses, everything, and it has locations of where fire hydrants are and things like that. So for the fire department, it's key to know where these things are located, what type of building is here, what kind of street can I get to, is there an alleyway? They have that all mapped out. And what we do, we have a plane fly over annually and see, some people get creative and build structures, you know, it happens. And we try to identify those, hey, there's something built here, there's something new here. And essentially when we send our public safety individuals out on a call, they can see exactly the best route to get to X in order to gain access to water or gain access to the incident and what they need to take care of.
Okay, so the 150, it's 150 what?
So basically, when images, so think of that. So think of that Google Map thing. So they'll say we need this section of the city updated, and we need you to highlight where the hydrants are, what these buildings are, and where the trees are, and things like that. We get down to that detail. So this individual is going through and making sure he identifies roadways, make sure it's updated, make sure it's corrected. If new buildings are put in place, he assesses what that new building is. He does an outline of that manually and so forth.
So when it's 150, is it a certain area?
It's a certain area.
Okay.
It's a certain area. So go ahead.
All right, so we're going to increase from 10 of those areas to 150 of those areas?
So keep in mind that things change too. We had to go back and update different areas. So if there's a new complex that's built, right, that may be additional 10. Let's say it's that new 10. Mm-hmm. But later on next year, there may be some improvements of that complex. So we have to go back and make sure those images are correct and proper. So it's not you build it once and it stays. You have to go back. It's almost like maintaining a garden. You go back and research and make sure if there are any deltas, you address those deltas.
So this seems really, really important.
It is.
And is it with PD also, the police?
My memory is correct. I think it's just under PD also, but primarily fire department handles this.
And do they have access to this on their rigs, in their cars, on the fire trucks?
Let me find out for you how this is fed to them. I just watched the miracle of them creating it every time I walk to my office. So
okay, all right. I just wondered how it practically worked for public benefit.
Okay, I'll circle back with you on that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone, for your questions. At this point, I will open it up to the public. I do not have any speaker cards. Is there any member of the public that wishes to step forward and ask any questions or comments on this agenda item? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the committee for any final comments. Seeing none, Councilmember Ricky or Mayor, any final comments? Okay.
One final comment.
Yes,
this
please,
is
Mayor.
like obviously cutting edge, super important work that's tied into everything that we do. Good luck with all the changes because I know how rapidly it changes. So
I have great support.
Great.
Yes, thank you for your presentation and thank you for the work you do. Good day. So next on the agenda is the Department of Finance. Welcome.
Good morning, committee members. Deanna Christensen, Director of Finance, and I'm here to give a presentation for the Finance Department. So to give an overview about the department, we're broken up in 4 divisions. Administration is where myself and my executive assistant reside. I provide the oversight related to just the overall leadership, policy management, any type of bond rating reviews, bond facilitation of financing across any of our department needs, as well as reviewing all of the agenda, agreement review contracts. We also provide the oversight for the ARPA, and we will be doing a special presentation to provide an update on that subject. And just again, looking at the overall financing strategy needs based on all of the different plans and discussions that happen across the city departments. In the accounting division, we provide the oversight for processing all of the city payroll, cash management, which also incorporates debt investment management, as well as ARPA grants, accounts receivable, accounts payable, the annual comprehensive financial report, all of the facilitation of any of the audits, whether that's external or internal audit review in coordination with Moss Adams, as well as many other audits that do occur across the fiscal year. as well as the key financial system for our Oracle system and a variety of compliance requirements that are needed. Purchasing, all of our biddings with our new bidding solution, OpenGov, they provide the management oversight of that system. Our central stores, agreement review, bid opening activity in coordination with the various departments in the clerk's office, and just again, the overall compliance related to purchasing and contract management. In our revenue collection and compliance, again, they're more of our public facing related to supporting our utility billing collections, our cashiering, our business license, in coordination with Bill's team related to the citation processing, whether that's the collection, the adjudication, all of the collection and compliance requirements for business license, cannabis, our transient occupancy tax, as well as our Visit Modesto and the Modesto Tourism District fee that, again, all coordinates and goes through this division. So to give a background on the org chart for the department, so again, as I mentioned, the 4 divisions, we're a total of about 70.75 FTEs. We've highlighted the 3 Measure H positions. I do want to highlight that the account clerk and the assistant buyer, when those positions were added for Measure H, they were actually restoring positions that previously had been eliminated due to budget reductions. So again, just trying to get back to previous staffing levels within those areas. And then we did add an account technician in our payroll area in this fiscal year to just help support the increase of volume activity, obviously with staff increases with Measure H, and just to ensure that we're still facilitating a variety of audits and compliance to ensure our employees get paid correctly. So the outline here of the chart captures, again, the overall changes by division when it comes to the employee full-time history across the divisions. So just to kind of highlight some of the changes, so in, again, fiscal year 22-23, you'll see an increase that occurred in the accounting division, and again, we actually restored an account clerk that had been previously eliminated in our accounts receivable area due to previous reductions. And then, as I mentioned, we did establish restoring some of the Measure H positions that were captured as previous reductions in our accounting division. In fiscal year 23-24, we did incorporate a storekeeper position in our central stores just to address coverage issues, since we do manage 2 central stores locations, both at the Lip Courtyard and the Jefferson Courtyard. And then again, in the previous fiscal years for 24-25, we did add a supervisor as well as a financial analyst in our revenue collection and compliance. We are very heavily staffed when it comes to clerical technician, and we just have 2 managers that are providing oversight for almost 30+ positions. So we just wanted to ensure that we have more management oversight with, again, providing just general directions for the staff, as well as an additional analyst to help with some of the an analytical review that can't be disseminated amongst some of the clerical technician staff. When it comes to the staffing levels by funding source, so there's about, again, looking at the most current years, there's about 24 positions that, again, is our revenue collection area that is in our water fund. One thing I want to reference is every position has to have an assigned fund. So even though those positions are assigned to the water fund, there is what's called a direct charge agreement where we allocate part of the charges for the positions that are in there to other utilities, because primarily one division is our utility billing division, and we support more than just the water fund. So we come up with a methodology allocation looking at prior year history, and we allocate to the different utilities, including water, the sewer fund, as well as our garbage for the support that those areas provide. The other areas in our central stores, again, that is essential stores that we use to hub the parts that are needed for certain departments out in the operating field. We use central stores to benefit from bulk procurement, and we, again, use that avenue to ensure we get better pricing when we do our solicitation for our bids, as well as it provides better inventory control and management with the parts that are being secured out there. We do regular weekly inventory cycle counts, as well as doing an overall inventory of all of the parts and items that are at each of those stores' locations. So again, it just ensures more accuracy in monitoring the inventory of very large dollar amounts. Again, our primary customers is the water fund for a lot of our meters, registers, and a lot of the brass parts. And then for our Jefferson location, a lot of the customer support is related to our fire department, as well as some of the fields in public works, parks operations, and then in our wastewater division. So to give an overview on the budget activity, again, the first couple charts are again providing a summary by the different funding sources that I mentioned. So I'm going to focus a little bit more detail when I go into the division breakdown. But just to start off with the general fund, so the primary revenues that you see in the general fund comes from the revenue that we get for the garbage billing that we do for the haulers. So for both Gilton and Bertolotti, our utility billing does provide the billing services for single residential, so we are able to apply a fee charge that we bill per every bill that's issued, and that is accounted for and recorded in the general fund. And then again, we allocate my staff's charges that's in the utility fund to cover the costs associated with managing that specific billing. The other component in there is the meal tax from the business license area. So again, the support that they provide for all of the efforts of the collection, the tax compliance to ensure, again, our businesses are paying their taxes appropriately, all gets funneled through the general fund. And then the other big components are just related to direct charge agreements that occur with some of the general fund divisions within accounting because of, again, the services that they provide, whether that's a grant that we might get reimbursed for associated with the admin support that's provided by the accounting division, or just, again, general administration that's provided for any of those divisions. Measure H, again, the reason why you see a revenue component in there is associated with other services that position provides other departments, and again, we would want to ensure we get reimbursed for that. And then again, as I mentioned, in the water fund, that's predominantly our utility billing and our cashiering division. And again, as I mentioned, we establish a direct charge agreement so we can ensure that we do capture the revenue for the billing and service that's provided for sewer, garbage, and then some of our other major fund departments. And then in stores, again, those are billed based on what departments utilize stores. So again, big portion of our revenue comes from the water fund because of the support that's provided for all of the different water parts. And again, it's treated similar to kind of like an internal service fund, where again, we charge cost of goods sold, we apply an overhead to cover our overhead costs, and then again, we get reimbursed based on those billings outs for those cost of goods sold that the departments use. So starting with the administration division, as I mentioned, is myself and my executive assistant. So again, the increases that you're seeing there are just for the standard salaries and benefits, as well as some few minor increases for our internal service charges related to IT and some of the benefit activity. And then the revenue, part of what I do is I do provide support related to some of the bond rating review for some of the utilities. So again, we establish a direct charge agreement, so we get reimbursed for that time and effort that's provided. In our accounting division, again, majority of the increases are predominantly for salaries and benefits as well as IT charges. There was a slight decrease of the revenues in fiscal year 25-26, and that is because some of the direct charge agreements that we receive from the grant activity services that we provide have declined, where a lot of the grants, they're intended to fund a program, and usually there's a small component that's used to cover the administration costs to manage the grant, which is usually, again, where my staff would generate that revenue. So some of the grants that ended, again, we aren't renewing those grants, and some of the grants that have been established as part of new grants, unfortunately, not all of them will apply a grant admin component. So unfortunately, we can't get reimbursed for some of this support that we provide, but we still have to continue to provide that service to the department. And the revenue, this is the purchasing division. Some of the increases that you see here, just a couple things to keep in mind is, again, we reestablished central stores The Jefferson location did open in April of 2022. So again, that I would say probably in fiscal year 22-23 is when we started seeing a peak of some of the services that were provided. But majority of the increases that you're seeing here is there has been a huge increase in the water registers and meter increases that have occurred. And there also has been an increase in the cost of those specific parts. So that's where you're seeing a big chunk of the increases that have occurred. We did take an item not that long ago in regards to addressing those increases associated with the contract that we have with Badger. But again, that is what's driving a big chunk of the increase. And then we did have a slight increase for our bid opening software that we implemented in February of this year. There was an increase in the software maintenance that was captured, where again, we were paying a little less than $20,000, but I want to emphasize it was very minimal of what was being used in regards to the software. It was limited to 7 staff that could have access to the software to utilize it. And it was not being utilized based on, again, vendor activity and being able to accept bids electronically. So with our new bidding solution, it has drastically changed the activity and the user-friendly use to our vendors and our bidders. So that triggered an increase of about, it went to about $80,000 a year. But again, the drastic benefit that and the return on investment that we'll see, my goal is next year I will have more data to capture that, just because, again, we only went live a couple months ago. And then the last area I want to capture is the Revenue Collection and Compliance Division. Some of the key things I want to highlight in this area is the drastic increases that you're seeing in the expenditure side, specifically from fiscal year 24-25, and then again, there's still a slight increase in the proposed budget for 25-26. So a couple of reasons for these increases is our utility billing assistance program. And the use of that program has increased drastically. Part of, again, what's driven the increase is obviously there's still challenges financially from the impact of COVID. We are doing as much as possible to just, again, make sure our utility customers are aware in the use of the program. Just between those, the first years of 23-24 and 24-25, there was about a 34% increase in our utility customers enrolling into the program. So just between those 2 years, the budget increased about close to almost about $500,000. And again, we're anticipating the same increase in 25-26. In addition, in July 1st of 2023, we did increase the monthly utility billing assistance program from $35 to $45. So again, that increased the cost of managing the program. And then we also did in the same fiscal year, July 1st of 2023, we did implement 2 one-time discount programs to entice our utility customers to enroll in auto pay, as well as transitioning their billing, receiving their invoices electronically. So that again has been factored into the budget. And again, we coordinate with the communication team as best as possible to capture the benefits and again, make sure our customers are aware of the program. And then some of the other increases is just in 24-25, again, we did increase the staffing levels to add a supervisor as well as a financial analyst position. And then again, with the increase in our garbage billing revenues that we received and then the services that we provide for that area. So the Measure H impacts, so as I mentioned, 2 of the positions that were added, which was the account clerk and the accounting division and the purchasing division, the assistant buyer, these were restoring previous positions that were eliminated in fiscal year 2021. And then we did add the 1 new account technician in the payroll area to again just help support the overall managing of the payroll file maintenance, corrections, and just the overall compliance to again ensure the accuracy of our employees' pay. So key priorities that we've captured in the finance department is again we strive to ensure that we are always monitoring fiscal and grant policy compliance. Again, we review policy updates annually to again ensure that departments are aware of the policy and updates as well as any change in rules and regulations. We're always ensuring that the policies reflect those changes. We work with human resources to ensure that we're actively involved in ensuring we train our employees on what these requirements are. A lot of the requirements, even to get into the system, requires them to go through certain training requirements just to ensure they know what those steps are that need to be done, they know what the rules are, and again, ensure that they don't run into any issues or concerns with ensuring that they're aware of the policy requirements. We still, again, strive to achieve the award through our Government Finance Officers Association related to our financial statements, as well as the PAFR, and then the National Procurement Institution, sorry. The last, again, 4 years, we've received the Triple Crown Award based on, again, those awards that we've been accepted, and we continue to strive to continue with that effort. And then with the customer service experience, again, we have made a huge haul of trying to update some of our very old systems, some of them being 20 plus years. So currently we are in the process of updating our and doing a new implementation of our utility billing system, cashiering system. We are anticipating to go live in July, and again, more information will come in regards to the benefits and again, the experience that we hope will improve with our utility billing customers. And then just with the opportunities with cost savings, again, we continue to look at opportunities with the procurement needs. I know there's a lot of concerns and issues with the tariffs, and again, just looking at what other avenues and opportunities of sourcing certain things that hopefully have a minimal impact associated with increases for the procurement needs of our departments, and again, striving to address the bond opportunities. And then, as I mentioned, we do annual reviews in coordination with 3 bond companies. We just had 2 major upgrades last year, so again, we continue to coordinate with again, the budget division and the departments just to, again, show our fiscal responsibilities related to the City of Modesto's financing. And then just supporting all of the required strategic plan priorities of all of the city departments and ensuring that, again, we're a support to all of those needs and to ensure the availability of that support. And we had no Measure H or Measure H adjustments, so I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
Wonderful. Any questions from the Finance Committee? I have a quick question. You referenced the Utility Assistance Program. What is the funding source that fills this program?
So it's funded through the actual late fees and discount connections that we collect from the utility customers. So it's, I think the last review that we do, and again, we review it annually, we collect probably a little over about $2 million annually to help fund both the utility billing assistance program as well as those 2 one-time discount programs I mentioned.
If the trend continues with that amount of revenue coming in through late fees, the $2 million annually, that should support the program. But that varies, right? That's not fixed. So if it weren't sufficient, what other funding source would we tap into?
I think part of also what funds the program that I forgot to mention is the haulers also contribute, since again we manage the garbage billing for the single residential. So we also maximize on, again, evaluating any increases associated with any increase in fees that occur. So again, that'll be factored in. But once we get to a point where if the funding does run out, again, we will explore other avenues of what's available, as well as, again, utilizing our legislative options to address any other funding opportunities that we can maximize on as well.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, any questions?
I do. Maybe I'm not following you correctly here, but I see a lot of red, that's for sure. And looking at the Finance Department revenue and expenditures on the general fund, between our current budget and proposed budget for 25-26, it's $600,000 more in the red, roughly. How are we offsetting the negatives? Where's that money coming from?
So it's similar to many of our other general fund departments. We utilize either the major revenue sources that are received from the general fund. Also, we have what's called our cost allocation plan, that again, we take the main administrative supports in the general fund and we do bill out to the departments to help fund the cost. But you're not going to see the revenue benefit of the cost allocation program, it goes into, I'll let Steve answer the question of where it gets deposited into.
Yeah, so throughout the presentations, you've seen these negative values on a lot of the general fund departments. That's because they're being funded by all the major revenues we collect for property tax, sales tax, utility user tax. Those are all housed in a cost center in the general fund. It's a non-departmental cost center. That's where the revenue for all of our major taxes and things like that are collected.
Okay.
And then those fund the operations of the city.
And it's the same process similar to Measure H. When you look at Measure H, again, the specific revenue for these different departments aren't going to reside within the department. It's just, again, this is the bulk of the Measure H sales tax revenue that gets received. And again, part of the performance that's done by the budget team ensures that all the expenses can be covered through the revenue that gets benefited for these programs.
Big difference between public finance and private finance. So I'll list, okay, I trust you.
No further questions?
No further questions?
Thank you. Councilmember Ricky, Mayor, any questions?
I do. Also regarding, I think Rosa asked about utility assistance. That, if I'm remembering correctly, isn't that one of our legislative priorities for this year? Yes, okay, I'm getting the nods. And I can't remember if it's state or federal or both.
We can get an answer. I'm pretty sure
I've got it. I
I'm
can
pretty
look at
sure
my
it's
thing.
federal.
We have it, but it is a legislative priority. So
Federal.
I'm glad that Councilmember Scooty Brayton asked that, because when we're in Sacramento or Washington DC, that's one of the talking points, right?
That we could
Yeah.
advocate for.
Correct.
Yes, thank you.
So
I'm happy
my
that you do
question
that.
is, electronic versus paper versus people that pay in person, the payers of utility bills. Do you know approximately where we're at with that?
We'll have a follow-up question and we can give you the breakdown. I don't have it by memory, but I know my
Okay.
team tracks the information.
Are there still some people that pay in person?
Oh, yes.
I thought there was.
Yes.
Okay.
They
great.
do not, and my management staff is right behind me.
Yes,
You
I-
will be surprised. They have regular ongoing customers.
Yes, I
that-
know. Yes, I talked to some of them as they come in the front door. So that's great. All right, thank you.
That's why we have staff there to support them as best as
Yes, and I
possible.
love that customer service. I think it's super important when any one of those people, residents, come to that desk, that they're greeted and that payment is cheerfully accepted. So thank you very much.
Yes.
Great. Thank you for the questions. At this point, we will open it up for public comment. I do not have any speaker cards. Any member of the public wishing to come forward at this time? Seeing none, I will close public comment and bring it back to the committee for any final comments. Seeing none, Councilmember Ricky, Mayor, any final comments?
Thank you very much. No?
Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it. Thank you for all your hard work. The time is now 12 o'clock, and this will conclude our morning presentations. We will break for a 30-minute lunch break and resume at 12:30. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy your lunch.
Good afternoon, members of the Finance Committee, council members. Steve Christensen, OPMB Director. This is a presentation on the Office of Performance Management and Budget. So for our department overview, we're made up of 4 divisions. We have our administration, which houses my position, again, responsible for kind of coordinating the efforts of the department, providing oversight on the forecasting that we do, data analytics, implementation, and our project management direction in the project management division. For the budget division, really responsible for preparation of the annual operating and capital improvement budgets across the citywide organization. They do a lot of other work as well as forecasting revenues, expenses, working with the departments throughout the year on a number of projects and making sure they have funding for those projects. And when the time is right, labor negotiations as well. Data analytics divisions, this is a new division for the city. This is responsible for the preparation of our open data platform and then coordinating the kind of creation of key performance indicators and statistics and data with the assistance of the departments. We'll talk a little bit more about the open data platform. Project management division, this is a little bit of a work in progress. Right now, we spent most of this year trying to implement some of the tools that this division will be using, as well as the rest of the departments in the city, to coordinate a kind of a high-level project management, not going in and doing the work of the engineers or things like that on projects, but just making sure that projects are being done on time within the scope and then within budget. Like I said, we have some work that I'm doing with the HR department in terms of what position this will be in that division and then how we'll use those tools that we're putting in place going into the next fiscal year. This is a quick look at our org chart. So we have my position at the top there, and then we have the budget division, data analytics division, project management division. In the budget division, really made up of the budget manager, a senior financial analyst that's vacant, and then 2 financial analysts, 3 positions. So really a small team coordinating all of the budget process and all the work that you see with the efforts of the departments that is here before you during this process. Data analytics division, we have a management analyst that is being funded by Measure H. And then in the project management division, that's TBD. Like I said, I'm working with HR to figure out the correct staffing that we need for that one position that will be housed in that area. A little bit of the history in the previous fiscal years, you'll notice that they're blanks. So for 21, 22, 22, 23, 23, 24, that was when the budget division was housed in the city manager's office. Since then, we've split off and we've created this Office of Performance Management and Budget to lead the efforts in these areas. But you can see it's been a steady 6 positions within the department. I'll kind of go through these quickly in terms of revenues and expenditures. So mainly made up of general fund in terms of funding the department across the 4 areas. The revenue that you'll see coming in, that's mainly from the budget division area for some direct charge agreements they have for charging out time to other funds like the water fund, wastewater fund, surface transportation fund, other areas for work that's being done throughout the year on other projects or the budget itself. And then we have a small amount in Measure H, which is for that management analyst position in the data analytics division. The administration side, so again, housing my position as well as some discretionary expenses as well. In the expenditures there, I do not get paid $303,000. So, but going forward, there are some slight increases built in just on the discretionary side and then for the salary and benefit pieces as well. On the budget division, you can see this department gets a fair amount of revenues coming in for the work that they do and the other funds. Again, that's to pay for mainly the salary and benefit costs for the budget manager, a senior financial analyst, and 2 financial analyst positions in that division. There also is some small discretionary budget in there for items related to printing the budget books or getting the budget preparation done. And then we have some discretionary in there for like membership and dues and I think 1 conference in there as well. Data analytics division, mainly housing the cost for the position, salary and benefits, and then any ISF charges as well. And then the project management division. So again, we were budgeting $250,000 in the current year for this. Again, coordinating those efforts of what we want to do in terms of adding an actual position. We think we have it nailed down, but it will be something that we'll bring forward to council later, not as part of this budget. But we are reducing the budget in that area by about $90,000. So again, reducing that budget with the needs that we're anticipating for staffing levels and any small discretionary amounts in that budget. So the impact of Measure H on this department, so it really is the movement of the management analyst from the general fund to Measure H. This created a position that's really focused on delivering data analytics to the city. This position, Richard Vang is his name, but he's responsible for the implementation and creation, coordinating all the efforts from the departments in the open data platform. Again, providing that data-driven analytics within the city, something that a lot of departments do collect, but it's trying to coordinate all of that into one place. So that leads us to what the open data platform is. We have a two-phase implementation plan of the open data platform. Phase 1 is going to be focused on the Measure H data, and then we'll move on in phase 2 to the citywide data. So again, I work very closely with the Measure H Oversight Board. They tell me often that not a lot of people from what they hear in the city know about what we're doing with Measure H. What are all the things that we're doing, all the great improvements we're making, things you've heard in the presentations today from the departments. So we really wanted to focus on that on phase 1 of this. So what this open data platform will do, it's going to create a website that's accessible through our city website page, so there'll be a link there. You can go on, citizens will be able to go on, see all the work that we're doing. It'll be a combined kind of data way, or combined way we're representing the data. So we don't want it to be just numbers, because not everyone looks at numbers and sees that as this is what we learned from. So there's narrative, there's going to be a story provided about certain Measure H items that the departments want to focus on. And then we'll provide a number of key performance indicators showing how we're meeting those goals for the various Measure H items in the departments. So really, again, trying to get that information out there to the citizens about what we're doing with Measure H, and then how we're meeting goals or KPIs that were established for those different Measure H areas. Planning to roll this out in the next couple of months. So stay tuned, we'll have more information about that, and we'll brief council. Department priorities and goals. For the next 2 years. So I tried to coordinate these with the goals that we have in the new strategic plan, the new 2-year strategic plan. Under Goal H, achieving long-term financial stability, sustainability. We want to continue to implement and refine the 2-year budget process that was recently approved to go forward with. We want to improve the coordinating of the capital improvement program as well. So we had some feedback on that from our internal auditors, so we have some improvements to make there. On the Goal I, we want to promote trust and engagement between the community and the city. So we're working on a community engagement plan centered around the budget process to really inform residents about the budget process. We'll have more information about that, and we'll bring that to council when we're ready to launch that. And then we have the implementation of phase 2 of the open data platform, which will be that citywide data. So phase 2 will move over into focusing on all of the things that the departments do, not just Measure H. So whether it's potholes or more statistics on response times and things like that, that's what will be provided in that citywide phase 2. And then the last piece there is Goal J, build a high-performance organization. So the implementation of the open data platform for internal dashboards, we'll call that a phase 1.5. So we want to be able to have some internal dashboards that the different departments can see to show some key performance indicators, so we can continue to improve upon the processes that we have internally with departments. And then the implementation of the project management division project board, which will be in the project management division, making use of a new system that we're using. The police department's been using it for a while, but Monday.com to help coordinate some of those project efforts. And any questions?
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions? Okay, I have a couple of questions. The open data platform sounds very cool. Is that going to be limited to space on the website, or might it expand to other collateral such as brochures or perhaps a presence on social media?
Yes, so I mean, the main landing page will be on the website, but we do plan to have the social media push about KPIs that are showing up there. These will be updated very frequently, probably on a monthly or sooner basis, so more frequently than that. But yeah, we plan to roll out the social media part of it, and then some of those snippets like you see there on the screen could even be things that we're pushing out via the communications team and social media posts. But brochure information as well too, that's something that we could look at.
Okay, and who is weighing into what that website presence will look like? Is it the Measure H Oversight Committee? Is it,
In terms of like the design of it?
Yeah.
So we've kind of had a coordinated effort between my department, the IT department, and then communications in terms of the layout and the look and the feel of it. So that's kind of what we're looking and trying to really make it ease of use, where from that you can barely see it, but there's the top picture there where it says home banner. We have a main home page that will really have all the departments linked. It's one click. Residents can go on there, or anyone can go on there and click on that one link for maybe the fire department, and then that'll take them to their page with all their data. So we're trying to make it really accessible and something that's easy to use. There's even the capability for end users to, if they don't want all the narrative and the pretty pictures, they can just pull the data as well.
Mm-hmm. Very good, thank you. Any questions from the council? Councilmember Ricky, any questions?
No questions.
Okay. Hearing no more questions, I will open it up to public comment at this point. I see no members of the public. So I'll close public comment, bring it back to the committee for any final comments. Does anyone have any final comments? Thank you very much for your report and your work. Okay. Next on the agenda, we have the Utilities Department. La la la, I wish I could have some music for you to come down way with.
If my knee felt better, I'd
No.
skip down.
We should do that next time. Every department should pick a theme song, and it should be played as they walk up to the podium, okay?
It's like a baseball game. Oh, we have kids watching possibly, so maybe not mine. That's joking. All right. Well, good afternoon, Finance Committee members, Mayor and Councilmember Ricky. I'm Will Wong, Director of Utilities, and I'm here to present the budget for the fiscal year 25-26 and 26-27 for the Utilities Department. So department overview, the department is broken up into 4 separate divisions, the smallest being administration, which provides the leadership and department oversight. We work on policies, budget, and on HR. Utilities engineering provides the planning and the funding planning for the capital improvement projects that we do in support of the water and wastewater design team. Our wastewater division treats and collects wastewater from all our residents and businesses. We have a collections team that actually does all the maintenance out in the public right-of-way, and we have environmental compliance in the laboratory to ensure that we are maintaining our regulatory requirements. In water, we have our system and operations and maintenance folks that ensure that our water is being delivered to our customers. We have meters and service team. We have water quality and testing and compliance to ensure that we're delivering clean water to our customers. And we also have water conservation. So here's an org chart of the department. We are currently about 258 full-time employees. I believe we're the second largest department in the city. As you see, we have 5 employees in administration, 94 in our water services division. In utilities engineering, we have 20 full-time employees. And our largest division, wastewater, has 139 full-time employees. Staffing by fund, we are about 43% funded by the water fund. That includes our water division staff and some engineering. And 57% by a wastewater fund, which includes all the wastewater division and engineering and as well. So you see from our staffing history, we had a peak of 272 people at fiscal year 2021. We did have a reduction in between years 23, 24, and 24, 25 when our construction management team were transferred over to the new engineering services department. And we are looking to propose a new employee for the utilities department in our wastewater division. So going over the department revenues and expenditures, I will make mention that the department does not receive any Measure H funding nor general fund. We're entirely funded through rates and fees for our enterprise. As you can see on these three tables here, the utilities department is seeing increases in revenues due to modest increases in council adopted rates in the water fund and the wastewater fund. We do show flat revenues in storm drain fund, and I'll get to a little details in a little bit. So focusing a little bit on the water fund, as you can see, we're generating revenue. We're anticipating implementing the council adopted 4.5% rate increases in this fiscal year, this upcoming fiscal year and next fiscal year. And in the wastewater division, we're anticipating, again, modest council adopted rate increases of 3.5% this upcoming fiscal year and next fiscal year. Now on to storm drain fund. So again, the reason why we're anticipating flat revenue, really minor increases, and that's really due to more customers. As Modesto grows, we gain more customers. However, we have difficulty in raising storm drain fund revenue. And the reason is under the state Proposition 218, unlike water and wastewater, where you can where you take the vote to the voters for a protest vote, you need an affirmative vote for storm drain. So we are unfortunately unable to, and find it very difficult to raise revenue in storm drain. Again, we are looking at opportunities for us to increase in these revenues in the near future with some of our strategic initiatives. Okay, going over the department goals and priorities for the next fiscal year. So everything that the City of Modesto's utilities department does falls under these 5 goals. We have regulatory compliance and customer satisfaction as goal number 1. Number 2 is reliability and asset management. Number 3 is fiscally responsible business practices. Number 4 is safety and workforce development. And number 5 is sustaining effective partnerships. So moving forward to our strategic plan priorities, we're going to be implementing, as I mentioned before, we have a shortfall in storm drain, so we're going to be looking at implementing stormwater and pretreatment fees, as well as establishing some cost recovery fees for various other services. Another strategy that we're looking on, that we're focusing on, is the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. So that's called SGMA in our industry, and what that does is we work with our regional partners to ensure that groundwater is available for not just now, but for the future as well. The city is anticipating receiving a $9.4 million grant to do a study on the Central Basin in Village 1, and we're currently working with MID to finalize some of the state's questions regarding the availability of excess water that we're going to use for the study. Our final strategy is we're going to be implementing our projects that we have designed. So we're looking at the River Trunk Pump Station, which is approximately $116 million project. We are going to award the sewer trunk rehab on Grimes, Mercy, and Woodland next week at council. And we are currently in design of a large project in east of McHenry, which we call the Eastmore Sewer Replacement Project, which is about a $35 million project. All right, department priorities. So under administration, the reason why we have SCADA there is because this impacts our department-wide impact. So we're going to implement a SCADA project, which stands for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition. This is what we use to run all our pumps and motors and sensors of our water and wastewater system. We're going to begin the utilities asset management plan. We're going to be evaluating all rates and fees to ensure that costs are adequately covered. And we're going to develop training and retention programs for the operations and maintenance teams and standard operating procedures for succession planning and operations. In engineering, we're going to commence construction of a river trunk pump station, as I mentioned before, as well as the other projects, the Mercy, Grimes, Woodland project, and moving forward with the study with that $9.4 million grant. In water, we're going to ensure regulatory compliance, make sure our water supplies are adequate, and anticipate any potential changes. Also, we're going to enhance our advertising and marketing programs, especially water conservation and other public type of outreach. And then we're going to strengthen and replace our deficient water infrastructure. In wastewater, we have to complete our plant improvements and enhance security measures at our plant. We're going to resolve some of the storm drain funding differences and operational issues, and also continue to reduce sanitary sewer overflows and localized flooding to ensure that we have sewer system reliability. So, as I mentioned before, we do not have any Measure H adjustments, but we do have one non-Measure H adjustment, and that's a new full-time water resource analyst in our wastewater division. This position here will be helping track more regulatory requirements that we need to do to collect data and then submit reports to the state. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the committee?
Just a clarification. So,
Bring it down lower, please.
there we go. So, salaries and benefits come from this enterprise account?
Yes, sir.
I didn't know that. I thought it came from general fund. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Does the council have any questions?
Question, the Morris project, where is that going to be and why are we doing that?
So the East Morris project will replace all these undersized sewer mains that we have that are east of McHenry, south of Briggsmore. So we have a large neighborhood. In fact, we're actually going to break up the project into 4 separate projects because these are large in magnitude, and we have capacity and issues in those pipelines.
So it's going to be all of those neighborhoods. It's not just Morris Avenue along
No.
Morris Avenue.
Yeah, there's all the
From
neighborhoods.
south of Briggsmore, you said?
South of Briggsmore, correct.
All the way to Morris
Yep,
and east of McHenry?
east of McHenry.
And then how far east?
To Coffee Road.
Whoa. That's going to be a big project.
Yeah, we're doing a lot of big projects as well. If you recall, we're doing a lot of work in the La Loma area.
Uh-huh.
So similar situation where we
Yeah.
do have undersized and dated infrastructure. This is another area that we're going to upgrade to ensure that our customers have adequate water and really in this case for East Morris sewer lines so that they can ensure that we don't have any backups.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
So, excuse me. Can you explain again about that tax, that, was it 218 or 213?
Proposition 218?
218, and with the sewer, why we can't?
That's for the storm drain. So
For
yes.
storm drain.
Yeah. So
Can you-
yeah.
Go
So
ahead,
Proposition 218 is a proposition that was adopted in the 1990s, where if an agency is going to be raising rates, populated rates such as water and sewer, you have to go through a ballot process where you have to inform all the customers that you are going to be raising rates. And in order for our customers to protest, they need to send in a letter stating their name, their address, and that they protest the rate. Unlike for water and sewer, because again, every house, every business, every property has a water and sewer connection, storm drain is really citywide. Right, so it's not, you have some storm drainage from your property, but really storm drain covers a lot more than what's happening on your property, such as what happens in a curb, gutter, catch basin, piping, pumps. There's a lot that goes to storm drain. However, when the state did come up with the Prop 218 process, they neglected to include storm in that ballot proposition. So in order for us to raise rates for storm drain, we need to ensure that we send the same ballots out, but then it's the flip side. The voters have to say, yes, raise my storm drain rates.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions?
I don't know if it's a question, but my comment is, the new project you're going to be doing between McHenry and Coffee Road, it'd be great to really get those out on our social media, so, people know what we're doing, spending the money. A lot of time residents in one part of the city don't know what we're doing because they don't never go to the other part of the city. And I think it's good that we really emphasize that, hey, we're using your dollars wisely to replace old lines that have been there for, 75 years or whatever.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much.
I think that is important, and your department has done a good job with signage and communicating with the large projects that, to be quite honest, for a time being, are disruptive to the flow of traffic or to whatever. But I'll see a sign that says paid for by, or this will be impacting this space for this amount of time. So continue to do that. I think when our community knows what's going on and that it's to their benefit and what time frame that is, that's helpful information. So, Chris.
Thank you, Chair. The question I have for you, Will, is in terms of affordability, we know that the economy is sputtering a bit, and potentially more people are going to be struggling over the next few years. I know that we have some programs in place for people that are less fortunate. Can you walk me through what those programs are and the process for people to sign up?
Yeah, very good question. So we do have in support, along with our finance department, we help fund a utility billing assistance program. So in order for a resident or to qualify for this, they need to submit an application, but also something that also designates them as having financial assistance from another program as well too. So a lot of what we implement is what we copy from MID, because they have similar requirements for their the utility billing assistance program.
So does that mean you have to come down to City Hall and fill out a paper?
Deanna says no, and I think I'm going to stall a little bit so she walks up here and can respond.
Councilmember Ricky, we used to require the customer to physically having to come here, but we implemented a change. I want to say it's probably been a few months where they only now have to submit their application online. So they just fill out the application, they just have to show proof that they're eligible for one of the other assistance programs, and then we will process the request.
Do you know how people establish proof for the other people?
They have to show proof of their income, so usually it's providing a pay stub that shows that they meet the eligibility low income requirements, is usually what the requirements are.
Okay, it just seems to me like, well, I guess, I don't know, I guess they're gonna want help across the board, but it just seems like we should be able to qualify people other than, are you an MID or are you on PG&E or something? It just seems odd that we're the ones that require them to go somewhere else. I'm trying to figure out that logic.
If they haven't qualified for one of the eligible programs, again, they can show their proof of income. We're just trying to minimize the amount of paperwork that they have to submit to Modesto. So them showing proof just alleviates and reduces the amount of paperwork that they would have to process.
So they don't have to.
Correct.
Okay, so that's good. And do they just take a picture of their MID bill and attach it to the online application?
Usually it's just showing proof that they meet the qualifications, or on their bill, they show that they're getting that eligibility discount through the other utility programs is usually the primary proof that they provide.
So how do they show that?
When they submit their application, they just upload, whether, again, it's an electronic eligibility print screen
Just
of
like
their page.
Okay, gotcha. It's like a picture. You can attach a picture. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. If there's no further questions, we will now open it up to the public. I have no speaker cards. Is there any member of the public that wishes to step forward at this time in regards to this agenda item? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the committee. Are there any final comments from the committee? Any final comments from the council? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation and your work.
Thank you.
Absolutely. That concludes our department presentations. And now we will transition to special presentations, beginning with equipment, hardware, software maintenance. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Deanna Christensen, Director of Finance. So myself and Damien will be providing a presentation on the equipment software maintenance agreements for the upcoming fiscal year 25-26. So I will kick it off with the equipment maintenance. So just to kind of give some background in regards to this effort. So in coordination with finance as well as IT, we coordinate with all city departments to come up with a comprehensive list of all of the maintenance agreements that are required both for the equipment, software, hardware, maintenance support that we are incorporating into these maintenance agreements are for just, again, routine maintenance services on the equipment. If there's any support that we need these vendors to come on site to provide the maintenance, if again, and I use the large copier machines that we have across almost every floor in 10th Street Place, where again, we've tried every avenue of trying to fix the issue. There's usually a support line that we can call to again provide and get that technical support so we can get these equipments up and running. So these annual maintenance agreements provide that support. So again, we're not providing and paying for on-call requests on a one-time basis. So as I mentioned, we work as part of the budget process to work with all city departments. We provide them a comprehensive list of the prior year maintenance agreements that were provided last year, and then again, we coordinate with to ensure there's no updates, there's no significant increase in cost associated with next year's maintenance agreements to come up with the comprehensive list that comes before the budget workshops. So here's just a couple examples on the equipment side. So as I mentioned, the large copier machines. We have some also large scanner machines that we have with some of our departments. Our camera system that we are utilizing across many of the city departments. Phone system, some of the equipment for fire, our parking machines, and again, just to name a list that's captured on this slide. So here's a list, again, from the equipment side of the list of vendors that we capture as part of this annual software maintenance. So again, the first column captures what was approved in the current fiscal year 24-25, and then the proposed amount captures what's being proposed as part of the next fiscal year for, again, all the lists. So here's the less than 100,000, and then here's the two that are listed for the over 100,000 that, again, we're paying by vendor for the maintenance service that we need for these equipments. So I'm going to turn it over to Damien, and he'll give an overview on the software and hardware side.
Good afternoon. I'm going to dive into software types and list of maintenance agreements that we have across departments and the funding sources. So this list is divided into under 100,000 and above 100,000. The agreement is across all departments and several paid through civil funds. We have an Exhibit A and an Exhibit B. Exhibit A is about, I think, 14 pages. It's a bit extensive. A number of applications within our portfolio. Exhibit B is a little bit shorter, and I'll go over that a little bit. So this is Exhibit B. As you can see, we have it going across multiple swim lanes. There's an increase around 10% on average, around 5.8% increase for the next fiscal year. And then the total amount itself is around $6.5 million for all those items that are over 100K. If we look across the entire portfolio, we're looking at a total around 10.9 million total. On average, like I stated before, the increase is around 5.8 across all our software agreements at this point in time. So basically, funding is budgeted for fiscal year 25-26 by the operating budget of Information Technology Department and other departments, like I said, pertaining to ISF. So that's how we fund both Exhibit A and Exhibit B. And any questions at this point in time?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Yes, for finance question. The equipment is, do you purchase the equipment or do you lease the equipment?
For all the ones that are listed there, it's predominantly all purchased. So they would have gone through, if it's under 100,000, we would have solicited competitive quotes. And if it's over 100,000, we would have done a competitive bidding process or identified a cooperative agreement to address the bidding requirements.
And the equipment software funding source is general fund?
No, it's similar to Damien's area. It's predominantly whatever the department's funding sources is. I would say probably more than 50% is general fund, but the other component would be associated with the utility funds. Some of it could be paid through surface transportation fund, but it's predominantly the funding source that originally would have purchased the equipment would be the funding source for who's paying the maintenance agreement.
Thank you.
Software question. Can software agreements be negotiated?
Depending on the agreement.
Yes?
Yes. Well, I'm going to say depends on the
Okay.
clauses within said agreement, and I would have to touch base with legal counsel to make sure we don't violate any agreements that we have in place, but there's possible wiggle room.
Okay. Can agreements that come from the same vendor be bundled?
Yes, in general.
Have we done have we either negotiated or bundled any?
I am looking into that. Going through this exercise, this is my first time going through this exercise. A lot of learning, a lot of opportunity to do exactly what you're stating, but I'm also looking at what can we do to leverage in order to negotiate an agreement that's in our best interest as a city.
And when you this is all software agreement that has already been purchased?
It's already active.
Inactive?
Yeah.
It's active.
In general, I think there may be some new things in there for next fiscal year, but over 90% we're actually locked in.
And do these agreements come with a warranty, a guarantee of sorts that the service that it says it can do will work for us and has worked for us? Say we implement the software and we're into 50% of its life cycle and it's just not doing what we thought it was going to do for us. Is that something we could go back and negotiate the cost?
When I take a look at the agreements, I haven't gone through all of them. I'm thinking in that manner. Unfortunately, if the agreement is post, already locked in, I try to see if we can do some addendums and negotiating with the vendor. Anything moving forward, that is my mindset. I've been in discussions with my team as we start vetting this and working closely with procurement to make sure we have certain clauses in our agreement that allows for key performance indicators to be provided by the vendor to show that they've actually provided value add.
Very good.
And that's where we're thinking moving forward. Unfortunately, what we agreed to in the past, I'm looking for leverage and wiggle room there.
Excellent, thank you. Councilmember Wright, any questions? Any questions of the council? Okay, seeing none, we will open it up to the public at this point. I have no speaker cards at this point. Any member of the public wishing to come forth? I see none. I will go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the committee. Any final comments from the committee? Seeing none. Any final comments from the council? Seeing none. Thank you both very much for your presentation. Moving forward, we now have revenue manual fee increase presentation.
All right, good afternoon again. Deanna Christensen, Director of Finance. So myself as well as several departments will be presenting the revenue manual that we update annually in the finance department, and then several of our department directors will go through proposed fee increases that will be captured as part of next year's budget or being proposed. So to give just an overview of the revenue manual, so this is something that we have implemented for several years as part of finalizing our financial statements as part of the end of the audit. We actually update what's called a revenue manual that captures the final actuals for all of the revenue activities citywide. We provide as part of that review. It captures a 5-year history of revenue activity, provides variances over the 5-year history, And then we work collectively with budget as well as the accounting division within finance to provide explanations that explain what might have triggered increases or decreases throughout that 5-year history. So I've provided a link as part of this presentation slide that captures where it is on our public website, but it is on the finance department's website, and you will see a link that will direct you to the revenue manual. So this is just a snapshot of just one revenue component, which is our franchise fee revenue. That it also not only captures the data, it also gives you the history of what authority established that revenue, whether it be something defined in our municipal code or resolution, the accounting source that triggered the authority and approval of that revenue, and then just provides a short description to provide the background associated with the revenue. So as you can see, the background, the 5-year history, and there's a nice graphic that captures that 5-year history information as well as the variance analysis. So I encourage council as well as, again, the public to review the information because, again, it does capture all revenue activities citywide. So I will now turn it over to Jessica Hill that will give an overview on CED.
Thanks, Deanna. So we will be going over the development user fee inflationary adjustment. And so there's 2 governing resolutions in 2011 and 2020, which allows staff to provide an annual adjustment to our development user fees. Those user fees include building fees, planning fees, our capital facility fees, land development engineering, water and sewer connection fees, and fire and landscaping plan check fees. The annual adjustments are based on the San Francisco Bay Area Engineering News Record Construction Cost Index through the month of December of the preceding year. So the annual adjustment this year was actually negative. It was negative 0.3%. And so staff's recommendation this year is due to the immateriality of this change. We recommend just keeping the current fee structure in 24-25 without an inflationary adjustment. And then we plan over the next fiscal year as well to initiate the Comprehensive Fees Task Force to review all development fees in the city. With that, I'll pass it to Parks and Recreation.
Thank you, Jessica. Good afternoon, committee. I will take you through our fee increases for Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhoods. All right, as you can see here, for the fiscal year 25-26, the parks and rental fees will increase by 2.7%. This will be effective July 1st, and below there you can see some examples of what our rates will go up to. Last night, soccer came up. That will not increase because that's such a small percentage, so that will continue to be the same rate to reserve a soccer field. Next, I'll talk about golf green fees. This was implemented at the beginning of last fiscal year. We did a $2 round increase so what we are currently in. That was the first increase since 2022. As we increase rates, we want to make sure that we're staying in line with the 5 area community courses that we compete with. This year, because of the that we're currently in, because of that $2 increase, we're on pace to make about $160,000 extra dollars, and then with the $1 increase over the next 2 years, we'll make about $80,000 for those 2 years. Okay. This is what our fees will be at Dryden. I won't go through each and every one of them with you. Dryden is a little bit lower than Creekside due to the fact that Creekside has a permanent clubhouse. If you'll notice at the bottom there, the annual passes have increased from $1,800 to $1,900. I'll now pass it to Bill for airport fees.
Good afternoon, committee members, chair, and council members, mayor. Bill Sandu, Public Works Director. So one of the proposed increase is airport increase. All our leases include a CPI increase effective July. So this is the CPI that the one that being we use Western Region CPI. And that's proposed increase is 2.5% to all airport rates and fees, and we have discussed this with the Airport Advisory Committee. One piece that did not make this on this presentation is our compost CPI increase. We had council approved their resolution to increase compost fees by CPI. So that is, we will bring as part of final budget. So that did not make on presentation. My apologies. That I will pass it on to utilities.
Good afternoon again, Finance Committee, Mayor and Councilmember Ricky. So moving forward with utilities, what we're looking at right now is the utility rates. So these water rates are, as I mentioned before in my previous presentation, these were adopted by council. So what water rate is a cost to recover the cost of service, which includes providing adequate water services, public health. It funds our operations and maintenance, as well as our capital improvement projects to ensure that we provide safe and reliable drinking water to our customers. It meets the city's financial policies and maintains the our financial advisors' recommended debt coverage ratios, and helps also maintain our retained earnings or 25% reserve in operating expenses. Water rates schedules were spanned over a 5-year period, which were adopted on June 27, 2023. As I mentioned in my previous presentation, we're anticipating the third 4.5% rate increase planned for January of 2026. Regarding water rates, very similar to wastewater rates, very similar to water rates. Again, we're here to cover the cost of service, fund operations and maintenance, as well as the capital improvement projects for our wastewater division. Meets the city's financial policies and debt cover ratio, as well as also maintaining 25% operating reserves. Again, another 5-year period rate schedule, which was adopted in April of 2022, and we do anticipate the fourth 3.5% rate increase on July 2025. Now on to storm drain rates. So as I talked about in my previous presentation, very difficult. No storm drain rates are anticipated for this upcoming fiscal year. In fact, we have not had one since 2001. As I mentioned, under Prop 218, we need a positive vote. And again, the storm drain fund is still required to meet all city financial policies. City will need to potentially reduce preventive maintenance if we don't watch our expenditures, or if we don't have any increases to our revenues. And to the extent possible, we're going to try to maintain our level of public service. But however, we do know that costs do go up for all funds in the city. So what we are looking for, as I mentioned in one of our strategic priorities, is looking at updating some sewer and storm drain fees along in partnership with what Jessica mentioned, the Comprehensive Fees Task Force. So the wastewater division must operate the collection system according to state-issued waste discharge requirements, which means that is our permit. So we have fats, oils, and grease program that we have to monitor, as well as a dental amalgam program. These services are currently funded by the existing sewer ratepayers, and under the City of Municipal Code, we are able to potentially recover these costs. These fees will help in supporting positions necessary to make sure that we maintain the collection system, we do our inspections, and reduce the city's risk to fines if we have any sanitary sewer spills. So this, in this table kind of gives you an idea of which areas we're looking at to potentially look for a sewer fee increase. Again, we're going to be working with the Comprehensive Fees Task Force to ensure that we do proper outreach, and we discuss with the development community and what we're looking for. Under proposed storm drain, we do have fees fund issues, especially with inflation, the cost of services, and can't be increased due to Prop 218. So we're looking for additional service for revenue to reduce the reduction of service. We do have state mandated programs and enforcement requirements that are currently funded by the existing ratepayers, but we believe that under the city's municipal code, there's some cost recovery that we're able to potentially implement. And we think this will generate approximately $800,000 annually to the storm drain fund. So again, another table showing what we are predicting or what we are proposing to different areas to increase for storm drain cost recovery. And with that, I think we're all open to any questions.
Thank you, everyone, for those presentations. Finance Committee, any questions? Councilmember Wright.
Thank you. On the golf, Jeremy, on the golf, can you tell me what our attendance is for our players on our golf courses? Are they gone up? Do we have any numbers?
Yes, so golf is very up and down. It's all dependent on weather, but we are, across the nation, we track those numbers and compare us, how we compare to the rest of the nation. And currently we are above where the nation says we should be. We're averaging about 80,000 golfers per year, which is something that we're very proud of, and we're holding that number. It is not declining. Golf is a finical game, and it goes with the ebbs and flows, but we're doing very well. We're very happy with the number of golfers that we're getting.
Good, thank you. And then I have another question, unless somebody else has some questions.
Go ahead.
Not for you, but for Bill, on the airport hangar, fees are increasing. Do we have any vacancies out at the hangars right now?
Maybe one or two. That's what we've been running. We've been running actually waiting list depending upon type of hangar. So the hangars are pretty occupied.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question for Will. Are all storm drains created alike, or are there different types of storm drains within the city limits?
The City of Modesto does have several different types of storm drain. We do have what we call a positive system, which collects stormwater from different streets and from neighborhoods and directs them to a storm drain basin, and then eventually to potential outfalls such as Dry Creek or the Tuolumne River. 2/3 of the city is actually covered by what we call rock wells. So those are actually just holes in the ground filled with rock, and they're a way to drain the water off the streets. However, they require a lot of maintenance because they do get plugged up with leaves and dirt and other debris.
That's what I thought. So, since we are challenged in keeping up with the cost of service for our storm drains, how do we let the public and the community know that this is an issue and that it's going to impact the maintenance and eventually the service to them, and might result in flooding of their community streets and our response time to make those streets accessible?
That's a very good question. So for the last few years, the city has done a lot to ensure that we don't reduce that level of service in the background. So what we've done is removed a lot of our staff and equipment out of the storm drain fund, and we service credit over to our sewer collection folks so that we can continue to stretch the dollar. Over the last several decades, we've been kicking that can down the road, and the wall is right in front of us right now. So we will be working on some strategies on looking at different ways that we can increase storm drain rates and storm drain rates. But again, it's an uphill battle because we have to follow the requirements under Prop 218. So again, we're always researching other opportunities to find ways to increase the revenue in the storm drain fund.
And I dare ask this question, and no one throw eggs at me, but might this be something that Measure H might support?
Bring it on.
No.
Okay. The challenge is that we are looking at other funding sources. So that if we don't look at it as stormwater, we're looking at opportunities for us to potentially address the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act requirements. So maybe we can redirect their stormwater into the ground and possibly look at other types of funding and grants and loans to help fund some of those projects.
Very good. Any further questions from the Finance Committee?
I have a question for, back to storm drains. So the question that Councilmember Rosa Scruti-Brayton asked was about Measure H. Can general fund be used for storm drains if we had to?
Yes, it can.
Okay.
So the reason why I say no about Measure H is Measure H wasn't really addressing storm drain issues.
Right.
It had trees and blight and public safety and things of that nature, not necessarily storm drain. Now, can you draw a loose argument? Potentially. Now, could the general fund cover it? Yes, because the general fund can cover any expense in the city, not necessarily tied to any one particular thing. I will then further say our general fund is highly constrained at the time, and Measure H is not infinite. And so there is finite resources that we have available to us, which is why we're very cautious in our allocations.
Good. And my follow-up question is going to be on new construction. So we have quite a few new developments going in. So do the new developments completely pay for the storm drains that's going in those particular neighborhoods? And then the rate for the storm drain for those new neighborhoods, is that rate have to be the same throughout the city, or could that rate be adjusted for those particular neighborhoods?
That's a very good question. It depends on how those neighborhoods are formed, right? So if you have a comprehensive plan district and you form a CFD in there, then some of the storm drain can be covered within that particular neighborhood. However, because storm drain is a citywide issue, not necessarily just in this neighborhood. So if a person in a CFD is, let's say, Village 1, for instance, if you drive across town to go to the mall, you're going to be subject to all the roads and the flooding, similar issues that we're all trying to solve here. So everyone, it doesn't really matter where you live, is impacted by storm drain.
I understand that, but are we looking at maybe adding the storm drain to CFD fees for new development? For the simple reason, 50 years from now, you might look back and say, wish we would have done that because we have some major issues in this area.
Jessica, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we do include the construction of the storm drain and some of the maintenance of those storm drains within those comprehensive planning districts within their CFD fees.
You're correct.
Yeah, that's a good way to look out for the future on any new developments that are coming in, part of CFD. Yeah, I know CFD fees are very popular, but there are a lot in my district, and a lot of the new parks that are being done and updating of parks like Groton Park is because of CFD fees, and then the landscaping, and so I could see where CFD fees could really help out on the storm drain part.
So just to confirm, there is a line item in the CFD fee that covers some part of the storm drain situation?
Within that
CFD,
district, yeah.
within that district.
Right.
Very good. Okay. Council, any questions?
Yes, so I was going to clarify, but it's only within that district. However, that's contradictory to the notion that wherever it is, everyone's impacted.
So they also receive a storm drain bill. They receive a storm drain rate bill along with the regular utility bill. So there's a storm drain component with it. So
correct, but if we wanted to do something to cover areas where there's not a CFD, then it would have to go to a vote.
Yeah, you're talking about an potential assessment district for existing. Are you talking about existing areas in town?
Yes.
Yeah, that's something we've talked about, but assessment districts aren't very popular. So, because people are taxing themselves.
Okay, so we're talking about storm drains, though, right? In order to have funds to fix those or replace them, it has to go to the residents for a vote.
Right.
Correct?
Under Prop 15, yes.
So if it did go to a vote, would it be citywide?
Yes.
including the areas that are new that pay for the CFD for storm, okay, drains in their neighborhood, so they would potentially be paying double, but then when it comes to their neighborhood, there would be this additional funding that they've paid to cover the portion that's in their neighborhood.
Correct.
This is getting way in the weeds. We'll have to discuss this further when it comes time.
Thank you, Mayor, for the question. Any further questions from the dais? No? Seeing none, I will open this up now to the public. Is there any member of the public that wishes to come forward to address any of these presentations? Seeing none, I will close public comment and bring it back to the Finance Committee for final comments. Seeing none, I will open it up to council for any final comments. Seeing none, thank you everyone for your presentations. Much appreciated. Keep up the good work. Next, we have grant status updates.
All right, good afternoon. So grant status update is an opportunity to allow all of our city departments to showcase all of the grants that have been applied for, awarded during the current fiscal year 24-25, as well as capturing the grants that they intend to apply for the upcoming fiscal year 25-26. So again, this just emphasizes the efforts that are being made across all city departments in regards to, again, trying to maximize on other funding sources that are available that helps minimize our local funds here in Modesto. So I will kick it off to Jessica.
Thanks, Deanna. So for CED, the first ones on our list is our annual awards that we receive from HUD. And so we do receive about $1.8 million in CDBG, $900,000 in home, and $150,000 in ESG. For the state funding that we receive each year, we're on year 4 of 5, and we received $789,000. And then the exciting ones that we did receive is we did receive our Project Home Key, our 3rd award for travelers, in just about $15.7 million. Additionally, we received $5.7 million with the encampment resolution funding, which we'll be bringing to council in the next month or 2 to accept that award. And then lastly, our community development team applied for a Home Key Plus funding for about $17.8 million for the acquisition and rehabilitation of El Capitan. For the next fiscal year, we do anticipate that we'll be looking at direction to see if we're going to apply for the next cannabis equity program. We are finishing up the assessment regarding our quiet zones, and so we'll be prepping and be ready for the Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety Improvements Programs, or CRISI grants. And then with REAP 2.0, this is funding that has been received through Stan Cohen, is dispersed to the City of Modesto, and we're anticipating just below $600,000. Next up is Catalyst funding and sort of North Valley Thrive, which is our tri-county region for that we have now for economic development. They received $9 million, and we did submit a grant to help with downtown water and sewer infrastructure improvements to help stimulate development downtown. The Governor's New Jobs and State Implementation Fund, we do have a partnership with Valley First Credit Union, who will be applying for their accessory dwelling unit revolving loan fund, as well as their revolving loan fund for facade improvements for businesses. And then for state and federal earmarks, we did submit priorities for Morris Village, downtown infrastructure, quiet zones, and our affordable housing trust. With that, I'll pass it over to Toby.
Thank you, Jessica. Good afternoon. All right, going through a few of ours for Engineering Service Department. So these are the grants that were awarded in the current fiscal year of 24-25. So 3 projects here, competitive projects through STANCOG. So these are the STBG funds for the Claus Road. So this is Surface Transportation Block Grant funds. This will provide for the bike path along the east side of Claus Road, connecting the existing bike path at Scenic all the way south to Yosemite. Related to that, with the carbon reduction program, $950,000 was rewarded to continue that same project and provide some improvements there for the crossing at Johansen High School. So these 2 projects will go hand in hand. Similar, think of what we just did in front of Modesto High School. It'll be a similar crossing there for Johansen off of Claus. And lastly, a new roundabout at College at Bowen using Congestion Mitigation Air Quality Funds, or CMAQ, of $1.2 million. And then for the upcoming cycle, so as I mentioned earlier today, our ongoing programming with StanCog for CMAQ and STBG, these will be projects that will be applying, assuming it gets approved by the policy board on Wednesday night. These two programs would have applications due in September. We're not sure yet on the complete scoring until StanCog approves that, which will dictate which projects we likely incorporate. One of which projects Councilmember Varro mentioned about Encino would be one of the ones that would be included in the CMAQ project. With that, I will turn it over to Kevin.
Good afternoon. For the grants that we've been awarded or applied for in this fiscal year for the fire department, the first one I'm happy to report, which you probably remember, last calendar year we were awarded a SAFER grant for 9 firefighters. That grant is over a 3-year period, which actually just begun. So we'll have it the next 3 years, and the value of that is $5.1 million. So that's been a great grant, and that's the second grant that we were able to get subsequent to the first one. So it'd be nice if we could just keep that going. The second grant is our CAL FIRE grant. This grant is pretty much a standard grant. If you apply for it, you generally get it. So we've been fortunate to get that every year to help support our wildland equipment purchases. And the AFG grant, we talked a little bit about this last night. This is tuition and backfill to send 10 employees to paramedic school, covers all the equipment, and that we've applied for this in the past and we were not successful. So we apply it again. Hopefully we will be successful this year. We won't know the award of this till later in the year, probably after summertime. Proposed grants are going to be very similar. Again, the AFG grant, we will continue to apply for it. And again, the yearly grant that we can generally can count on this from CAL FIRE, the $40,000 grant. And we're also putting in for this is a new one for us. So as you know, most of our fire stations, our personnel take care of yard maintenance. So through the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District, there's zero emission landscaping equipment, so we're going to be switching over from gas powered equipment to electric equipment. And that concludes our grants. Up next is Chief Gillespie.
Okay, let's finish with the grants.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair and council members. For our grants, the ones that we've been awarded, the Antone and Marie Ramus Foundation grant we applied for, we started applying for several years ago, continue to apply for it. It's a smaller amount, but we did receive water rescue throw bags, so our officers can provide help to people in our local rivers and waterways, and also tourniquets to be applied out in the field. An annual one that we also apply for is our BHRS Party Patrol grant. Again, smaller amount, $10,000, but it allows us to go out and do shoulder tap operations and try to really catch people trying to purchase alcohol when they're not supposed to for underage minors. Alcohol beverage control grant also is another grant that we get. Same thing, is trying to leverage those grants to keep the alcohol out of underage drinkers. Other grants that we've received are a BJAG grant. This is an annual grant we also get. This year we decided to use that for health screenings for our sworn officers. So cardiovascular health, heart disease and heart attacks is one of the leading causes of death of police officers. So we provided health screenings, cardiovascular health screenings to our sworn officers. The next two are annual grants that we apply for every year, but this is through the Office of Traffic Safety. So the first one is pedestrian bike safety grant, $44,800 is what we received in that, and that provides a lot of our safety equipment, helmets, and different things like that that we pass out to community members to keep them safe. And then our OTS grant, the bigger one, is really what is focused on removing DUI drivers and that impaired driving off the streets. We have a lot for DUI checkpoints, for overtime for officers to come in and do what we call saturation patrol, and different things like that. One of the bigger ones that we got this past year through Congressman Duarte was the Technology and Equipment Grant. That was the $3.53 million to purchase a new CAD system and other equipment related to a communication center. Our tobacco grant, we also got that, and it really is providing education enforcement, trying to keep tobacco, first fewer alcohol, this is tobacco. So this provides for undercover operations, inspections, education, and education to business owners and things like that. And then OTS grant, we've already we've applied for a current one. This one actually includes a couple new motorcycles as well. And then they continued different funding sources for distracted driving campaigns. And then the bicycle safety grant, we've applied for that. We anticipate getting that again, just like we do the OTS grant. And then the Ramus Foundation grant we've applied for again this year. We've applied for equipment for our SWAT team, oftentimes being called out at night. The use of night vision goggles is important. We currently have a few, but they're extremely old, and figured this would be a good avenue source to potentially get that. We have not been told if that was it. And then binoculars for our investigative services division, our detectives who go out and do surveillance and different things like that. ABC grant we applied for again, and anticipate, again, this annual grant, anticipate that we will receive that as well. And then finally, again, applied for a cannabis grant for 2025. We've applied for that and waiting to hear back on that as well. So that is our grants, and, oh, no, we're not done yet, sorry. And then you're going to see the same, all the ones we've applied for. These are all the same annual grants typically that we apply for, so I won't go through each one, but those are all the OTS, BJAG, ABC, and cannabis grants. The only other one I want to point out is the CalVIP grant. So that is providing intervention involving high-risk citizens victimized by gun violence. We're excited. There's a CalVIP 2.0 coming out. The first time around, it required a match. We're often a pass-through for community-based organizations. This time, it's not providing. We don't have to provide a match. So we anticipate being very competitive in that again, and being able to hopefully get that as well. And then Officer Wellness Grant, we'll be applying for that one. It's a newer one, and then the grant for 2026 as well. And with that, I will turn it over to Bill Sandu from Public Works.
Good afternoon again. Public Work grants. The first one we applied for, its on pending status, is to upgrade the airport lighting system and regulator. That's for about $476,000 federal grant. And the second one we applied for and were awarded to replace 3 diesel vehicles to electric vehicles to meet state regulations. This was awarded. It's a federal grant. And the third grant we applied for as a sub-recipient, applied with the San Joaquin Air Pollution Control District. That was for $3.9 million and $1.2 million local match, 5.1 to replace a lot of fleet with electric vehicles. It was actually awarded, and then due to change in federal administration, so this is on pending status now. So the next one was for forestry. We applied for, awarded, and to replace 225 trees. Most of those trees are in. And then used oil grant, that is our routine grant, was awarded, and Waystar cleanup. And the next one, the Waystar enforcement was granted, awarded, and then other one, Waystar cleanup, is in pending status. And we also had funds expansion for beverage container. That's also a state grant. It's a routine grant awarded, and tire amnesty in pending status, and local waste tire enforcement, also a routine grant is in pending status. Then CMAQ, Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality Grants, those are we use for our traffic upgrades, and those are federal grants. And the first one is to install fiber optic cable along Sisk Road from Pallandale to Brixmore. That was awarded, and the project is in design phase, I believe. And actually, it goes to construction this summer, this project. So next one was Upgrade Traffic Management Center, and that was for $822,000 federal grant, CMAQ awarded, and project is in design phase. It will probably go to construction this year as well. Traffic signal synchronization outside of downtown. This is kind of a very important project for us. Every 3 to 4 years, we try to synchronize our traffic signals. The grant was awarded. It's a federal grant, $790,000, and project will go to design phase, basically creating the traffic, the synchronization plan. So we're hoping to have it completed by end of 2026 next year. Ethernet switches and the software upgrade. This went through committee item. This is $750,000 CMAQ federal grant. It was awarded, and we should be getting some Ethernet switches this year and next 2 years. So next grant was also CMAQ federal, was applied and awarded. This is traffic signal equipment upgrade at Sunrise and Orange Avenue intersection, $400,000 federal grant. Next one is install fiber optic along Sylvan Avenue, Oakdale, and Claus. That is for $1.1 million. It was also awarded, and the project will be in design phase. And then there is another one, congestion mitigation. That's also federal grant. That's in pending status. That's fiber optic and signal equipment, hardware, software along Pallandale, Dale, and so as you can see, there are a lot of these grants. These are competitive grants. These grants, these projects really fare well against other projects. And I will turn it over to utilities.
All right, good afternoon again. So in terms of the utilities grants, so the first one is with the Department of Water Resources, or DWR, for the Well 312 treatment system and flush line project in the community of Empire. If you recall, this project actually did receive a $1 million grant from DWR, and actually we are in line to get another $1.5 million. So it's not 1.25, it's actually 1.5 million. So we're gonna have $2.5 million to complete that project. Unfortunately, for the next one, the FEMA BRIC grant, that was supposed to be a study that we're going to study the flood impacts of the Tuolumne River. We heard about a week and a half ago that FEMA canceled all the the BRIC grant funding. So we're waiting to see what the outfall of that one is. Third item is a project that we're working with the county on, septic to sewer. We're looking to get 2.7 for Area 7 and 8.4 million for Area 9. And this is to convert these county islands from septic tank to connect to existing city sewer. And then the fourth one, again, with the State Water Resources Control Board and the Department of Water Resources. These are other county islands that were seeking $20 million to convert their septic to sewer. Another State Water Resources Control Board grant, SRF funding. State Revolving Fund is funding some of the Grayson infrastructure projects. We're looking anywhere between $12 to $35 million. We're preparing the application. Another application we're preparing for is the safe and affordable drinking water under SAFER. And we're looking to work with the state to provide a water line between Dale and Tully Roads. On Kiernan, we're doing this on behalf of the state and Stanislaus Union School District. Similar, we're going to be looking to also bring a sewer main up to Kiernan to provide sewer service to Stanislaus Elementary School as well too. So both those grants together are $14 million to provide city sewer and water up to that area. The EPA grant that we're looking for, Grayson Water, we're applying for a $1.75 million grant to construct the well and replace a tank out in Grayson. Proposed grant applications that we're looking forward to take care of some of the advanced metering infrastructure that we want to convert our water meters to. We're looking for a $1 million grant to help complete the study. We're looking for another $1 million grant to replace our filtration units, our membranes. And then the last is a $1 million grant to look to study the recharge of stormwater into our basin. And with that, I'll pass it back to Deanna.
So the last table just captures a summary of, again, for all of the grants that either are pending award or have been awarded, and then what has been awarded associated with the current fiscal year. Again, just showcases and captures all of the potential federal, state funding that we get outside of our local funds. And all the department directors are available if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, everyone, for those presentations. And Finance Committee, any questions? I do have a question in general. Perhaps, Deanna, you could answer it. And that is, it's quite a bit of pending awards. Those that are federal and are pending, do we need to provide any additional justification, or are we just hang tight to see the results of if they're issued or not?
Pretty much once the department has submitted the application, everything is just pending on when the federal or state agency provides acknowledgement of the results of the competitive process.
Okay, on none of them we have been contacted, said additional justification is required at this point?
Correct. I'm not aware. I'm going to look at the directors just to double check. And Will did acknowledge we did get notified on the BRIC that unfortunately we weren't awarded. But again, all of the other ones that are listed are still pending and nothing's being waited on from Modesto.
Great. Any questions from the council?
Yeah, I have one real quick question. Will, on storm drains, is there grants out there for storm drains? Oh, yeah. And do we ever apply for them?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So as meeting Sigma requirements become more and more of a priority for the state, we're anticipating more grants to be out there. So yes.
Okay. Any further questions? None that I see. I'll open it up to the public to see if there's any questions from the public. Seeing none, I will close public comment and bring it back to the committee if there's any final comments. Seeing none, council, any final comments? Thank you, everyone, for your presentation and your work. Okay, so that
kind of a decision point here. So the deferred maintenance is lengthy presentation. Sponsorships may take a little bit of time. ARPA is actually not that long. If you want to do that now, or we can break for the day.
did everyone hear that? Would the committee be agreeable to addressing the ARPA presentation, since it will give us it's the small amount of time? Or should we conclude for the day?
So what I said was the deferred maintenance presentation is longer. There's a lot of information in there. That's probably at least an hour-long presentation. Sponsorships is going to take a little bit of time because there's some decision points that need to be made within that presentation. And the ARPA presentation is mainly just an update. There's really no decisions to be made. It's just updating the council on our current progress and priorities. Or we can break for the day and resume tomorrow at 8:30.
Let me ask. So what is the will of the committee? Should we do the ARPA presentation or conclude at this point?
Some of us have meetings to go to here by 2:30. We have to get to that location. I would say we have to come back tomorrow anyway.
How long will the ARPA presentation take? 10 minutes?
Less than 10 minutes.
Less than 10 minutes?
Okay.
Yeah, Dave, you're fine with that? Okay, let's go ahead and tackle the ARPA presentation. Thank you for your accommodation.
All right, good afternoon. So the presentation is to just capture a general update on the ARPA requirements. So just to summarize a background, the City of Modesto received $45.9 million. They were received in 2 different allotments, and again, follow the themes of economic vitality, quality of life, and governance of service delivery. So again, I'm pleased to announce we met the Treasury requirement of ensuring all the funds were obligated by December 31st of 2024, which was reported to Treasury as part of that reporting period. So now our focus is to ensure all the funds are expended by December 31st of 2026. So I'm going to just go through the slides. I'll take a pause. But again, the first few slides captures all of the ARPA programs that have been 100% fully expended. So again, there's a lot of programs that are captured there. So again, I'll just take a quick pause and go on to the next one. But again, I just want to emphasize these are all of the programs that have been approved by council that have been 100% fully expended and implemented. So in total, we have, again, expended the $27.3 million of, again, all of the projects that have been 100% fully expended. So the next set of programs capture the programs that have, again, been fully obligated to meet that December 31st, 2024 deadline, but have not been yet fully 100% expended. But in several of them, you'll see on the third column, there have been expenditures to date, and again, I had to pull them for a point of time, which was as of March 24th. So again, you can see what's been fully expended, and then the middle column captures what's been obligated, either through a contractual agreement. We know we have staff time that's dedicated to ensure those funds are fully expended by the 2026 deadline. But again, we just want to acknowledge and capture all of the programs that are listed there and just emphasize that the departments are, again, maximizing and ensuring they, again, comply with all of the requirements to ensure that we meet the deadline. And again, we're reporting to Treasury quarterly to capture what the spending activity is occurring every quarter. So again, of these projects, which amounts to about 18.5 million, we have obligated the 10.1 million. And then again, we've expended 8.3 million of that full 18.5 million. So just to kind of give a status update of the 17 programs that haven't been fully expended, as I mentioned, we have contractual agreements that are in place to ensure, again, we have the required obligation. It's just a matter of ensuring that the work gets completed. And again, we have those expenditures moving forward to ensure that they're fully expended by that 2026 deadline. The one ARPA program, which again is related to the fire station number 1, I just again want to report we have gone through the solicitation to address getting the architectural services that are needed. So again, we have received the proposals back, and it's just a matter of staff reviewing them. And we anticipate there will be an item that will be coming to council very shortly to get that moving forward. So again, we can ensure those funds are fully expended. So just captures a summary update of just, again, acknowledging the original 45.9 million that was received. To date, as of March 24th, we have expended 35.7 million. And then the amount that is still pending that needs to be fully expended by that 2026 deadline is the 10.1 million, which makes up about 22% of that overall spending. So I am more than happy to answer any questions, and I have staff that manage those programs if there's any specific questions about any of the programs that have been listed that are available.
Any questions from the Finance Committee? I have a question. Must all 45.8 ARPA allocations be expended by 2026?
Correct.
Okay. And we are on track to do so?
Correct. We're 100% on track. Again, it's just, I just add the caveat with the fire station number 1. We've gone through the solicitation process. Staff is reviewing the proposals that have been received. And again, it's just a matter of bringing it before council and then getting the services to start effectively and done immediately. But that's the only one that I just call out. But again, staff is making every effort to ensure that we address that.
Beautiful. Thank you. Any further questions from committee? Any questions from the council?
What about the reserve funding? I see $2 million was allocated, and it says obligated 46,000 with 1,000,009.
Correct. That was used to address the balancing of the budget for the current fiscal year, and we utilize COVID fire payroll services to address those eligible requirements, and we have no concerns that they will be fully expended probably in the next quarter.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, we'll open it now for public comment. Any member of the public wishing to step forward to ask a question or comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the Finance Committee for final comments. Council, final comments? None. Thank you very much for that presentation and great work. Okay, this now concludes our workshop for the day. We will resume tomorrow at 8:30, beginning with the revenue manual, beginning with deferred maintenance presentation. Thank you very much. Everyone have a great remainder of your day.
Doing a great job, Chair.